Fights will be underway here in a short bit. In the meantime, feel free to go up to the top deck. We have some various vendors selling wonderful stuff, a little bit of everything, this and that. Something you didn't know that you need is up there, I guarantee. We also have hot coffee and tea. You'll see the big banner, he's right there. Good on a chilly February morning. Concession stand is open as well, and you're ready for a snack. We'll be with you to combat in less than 10.
The final day of competition for Carolina Carnage 2026. We hope you're joining us again bright and early wherever you're at in the world. Yesterday we had viewers from Denmark, from Prague, from Scotland, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, Argentina, and all across the United States and parts of Canada. I hope you're back today. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from and who you're cheering on. If you're just joining us for the first time this weekend, on Friday we had the Duels, the one-on-one competition, along with the Outrance or Pro Fights occurring throughout the day. Yesterday was the Women's and Women's Open 5 versus 5. We will have the finals of that today. Then we had the Men's Tier 1 5 versus 5 round robin, and then the Men's Tier 2 and Tier 3 tournament. Today on the red and blue list, we will begin with the Tier 3 finals. The first match beginning soon. Both teams are lined up now. We'll have the Company of the Bear versus the Vagabond Errants. Or Vagabonds Errant, excuse me. After that, we'll have the Exiles versus Peasant Uprising. Then the Rogues versus Chimera Armored Combat. Then we'll have Barbarians Ice versus Omaha Hellhounds. And I spoke with one of the Barbarians Ice this morning who wanted to give a shout out to his parents, Dan and Emily, I believe. Thanks for watching and cheering on the sport this morning. We'll go ahead and give you a little bit of an update on the Duels winners. But before that, I would like to thank our sponsors for this event. A new sponsor this year is Sparta Training Equipment. Returning this year is Go Hurt Medieval. Also, Age of Craft coming back again, and American Bowhurt. I'd also like to thank the County of Anderson, South Carolina, for helping to make this event happen here at the T. Ed Garrison Livestock Arena, part of Clemson University in beautiful Pendleton, South Carolina. So, for the follow-up on the Duels, Men's Shield, gold went to Dakota Walker, silver to Sam Turgeon, bronze to Christopher Sanner. Men's Buckler, gold went to Darian Dukes, silver to Stephen Galligan, bronze to Dakota Walker. Men's Longsword, first place was Sam McQueen, silver was Mason McNay, bronze Colton White. Men's Polearm, first place was Johnny Porter, second place Micah Nelson, and third Zale Hall. On the women's side, for Women's Buckler, first place was Elise Ellington, second was Heather Sanner, and bronze Christine Napolitano. The Women's Open Buckler, gold was Carissa Walraith, silver Sandy Alterman, and bronze went to Luciana Stroll. On Women's Shield, Miriam Safadi took gold, Katie Bowman was silver, and Heather Sanner took bronze. Women's Open Buckler, Luciana Stroll was gold, Chelsea O'Donnell silver, and Sandy Offerman bronze. Women's Longsword, Beth Hammer took gold, Katie Bowman won silver, and Eliza Barton was bronze. In Women's Polearm, first place was Kat McQueen, second place Rachel Shea, and third Spencer Sybeck. Now for the Men's Tier 1 5 versus 5, that was a round-robin tournament that occurred yesterday. If you missed any of those fights and want to catch them up, you can take a look at the same channel you're on now. Look for yesterday's link for the red and blue list to watch all of the Men's 5 versus 5 round-robin tournament. And the awards ceremony was last night as well. Gold went to Kenyaz USA, silver to the Dragoons, and bronze to the Executioners. And I'd also like to mention a big shout out and props to the Berserkers. They lost 3 fighters, all 3 of their alternates throughout the day, including their team captain, I believe, and wrapped up with just 5 fighters, no alternates, and won their last 2 matches with no substitutions. It was an incredible showing of effort. Getting ready, you'll see on the left side of your screen in red and blue with white bears and white trim, that is the Company of the Bear. On the right side coming in khaki and tan, that'll be Vagabond's Errant. Again, the blue and red list will be showing the Tier 3 Men's 5 versus 5 finals And then after that, we will be showing the women's 12s, 12 versus 12. There's also a tagged link in the chat right now for the yellow and purple list. The yellow and purple list will start the day showing the men's Tier 2 finals, which is kicking off now on that chat. My broadcast partner, the fabulous Evan Ringo, and the indomitable Greg are over there doing commentary on the yellow and purple list. Looks like Kenyaz Fire is starting the action over on the other side. If this is your first time joining us, welcome, welcome. You'll notice those folks in yellow and black in the middle of the field. Those are our marshals. Their job is safety and making sure the rules are followed as well. The rules are there for safety. Luckily, we only had a couple of injuries yesterday. A couple of them were notable. Couple of transportation, but we're trying to get an update on those fighters. The marshal will check each individual fighter before they come in to make sure their armor is in place, and then a final check to make sure the teams are ready. And here we go for round 1, day 3, Carolina Carnage. First contact with the Bears, attacking on the far side of the list. The Vagabonds Tier 1 team tried a run and turn approach. It looks like they may have done the same kind of tactic for the Vagabond Errants, but one errant down. 5-4 company of the Bear. Big axe shots raining in on the shoulder of the Bears. Oh, another big shot to the head. Still 5-4 Bears. Those two centers broke away and are not quite looking to duel yet, looking to make an advantage. And there we go, a big hit from the side, but it turned into a trade. It's 4-3, Bears up. More work in the corner. Big axe hits on the near side. Right into the shoulder of that Vagabond. A trade in the far corner, it's 3-2. Swing and a miss. That outnumbered Vagabond looking for some backup or possibly to break away, but the Bears have changed their tactics, switching the two up. More big axe shots coming in on the shoulder of that Vagabond. He's a mountain over there, not going down.
Round 2 underway. Kenyaz Fire, Dudley Order.
Shots to the hip, trying to soften him up. But armor works really well. There it is, 3-1. That's the fight. If you're not familiar with the rules of the melee here, we'll start with 5 fighters on each side, and each team has 3 alternates for a total of 8 members. That way they have some substitutions for the 5-man team. If the ratio gets down to 3-1 or greater, the marshals will stop it. The chances of an individual fighter coming back against 3 or more is very limited, and the chance of injury skyrockets at that number. So it was decided a long time ago that that's just asking for injury, not a turn of the tide. So at 3-1 or greater, they'll stop the fight. We see both teams making some substitutions. Marshals will check the helmets, the retention straps, the chin straps, the knees, elbows. Now the weapons and the shields are inspected prior to combat, but constantly looked over throughout because those axes do break and occasionally the swords as well. These matches will be fought for the best of 3. Most of the rounds yesterday went in 2 bouts rather than 3. At least one went to 4 since there was a draw. There were a couple of draw rounds. You may have heard that announcement on the floor here. of folks needing to move their cars to the front of the arena. The reason I'm bringing that up on live stream is because after the women's 12s and the Tier 2 men's and Tier 3 men's tournament wrap up today, we'll be moving outside the arena for the mass battles, and we're shooting for a world record today. We're looking to get the most number of armored combatants on the field in an individual event. We have somewhere around 500 fighters registered for this event, and we'll see if we can break the record that I believe was set in Serbia in 2019. Taking a look at the chat right now. Appreciate the shout out to our broadcast team. Joel and Greg up here doing a great job for us. Here we go for round 2. Company of the Bear again in blue and red. Vagabond's Errant in khaki and tan. Vagabond's coming out a little more aggressive this round. They didn't try that push and turn tactic that we've seen from the Tier 1 team this time. But we have one Vagabond down. 5-4 Bears. That poleaxe doing some work in the corner. A weapon is broken. He's switching to his backup. A trade on the far side, 4-3 Bears. 2 more Vagabonds down, and that's 4-1. 4-1, the Bears take round 2 and the match. The crowd really getting into it this morning. Dakota, welcome back for day 3. We're so glad you're joining us again from Idaho. Cheering on the Hellhounds and the Vagabonds. Betty, glad to see you're watching from Florida. Make sure to share the link out. More Montana crew back with us again today, cheering on the Company of the Bear and Pale Tempest. I believe Pale Tempest, wrapped up all of their fighting yesterday in the men's Tier 1 round robin. But many of those fighters, I think, will be back out into the mass battles today. Something you're not going to want to miss. Up next, we have the Exiles versus Peasant Uprising. I believe Peasant Uprising may be one of the merc teams or mercenary teams. That is not a coalesce team, possibly. If there are fighters that don't have their own team or ones that may have not made the main team, they can join up with the other folks in same situation from other teams to make a conglomeration and get back out on the field. Sabrina, thanks for cheering on the Bears. They'll be back up in just a bit. We have the Exiles on the left side of your screen by the blue gate in that dark blue purple color. Opposite them, Peasant Uprising in brown. As we're getting ready, I'd like to give a big shout out to our support staff around the arena today. We have blacksmiths outside helping fighters repair armor as it breaks. We have hospitality staff making sure our fighters are fed and hydrated. Our incredible medical staff, which we want to do no work at all, but unfortunately they had to jump in a few times yesterday, doing a great job at it, of course. We've got scorekeepers, timekeepers, folks selling merch, tickets, organizing the merchants. Of course, our marshals, our live stream staff, and everybody else that might not get mentioned here, our registration staff as well, making this event run smoothly. We hope you're enjoying it. Here we go, round 1 between the Exiles and Peasant Uprising. One peasant down on the near side, 5-4 Exiles. There's a gauntlet off in the far corner, and that fighter is sat down, so it's 4-4. A trade knocked down before the marshals could mention one way or the other. Another peasant down. It's 3-2 Exiles. That's 3-1. The last peasant looked like he tripped backward over the downed fighters. If you're new to the sport, the way that a fighter is eliminated is by either hitting the ground through their own work or someone else's. They can trip and fall and they're out. If they're knocked to the ground, they're out. If they're knocked out and fall, they're out. If they yield and take a knee, they're out. Or if they lose a vital piece of armor and are no longer protected, a marshal will sit them down. It's rare, but it is possible. If there's a rules violation, a marshal can tell that fighter to take a knee and they're out of the fight. Once they're out of the fight, though, unless there's an injury or an equipment failure, they stay where they fall. You may have seen earlier that gauntlet come off the fighter. When that happened, he rolled out of the ring. Occasionally we'll have a helmet come off, but it's not as common now as it once was. I believe that's Tychondrius. Thanks for cheering on the roads. Glad to have you here this morning. We've got a lot of first-timers in the arena today. This is their first Carnage. Had some folks here yesterday, it was their first time, and they said, man, I didn't know this thing even existed. I have got to come back next year. But you don't have to wait till next year. There are other events coming up. Cincinnati Siege is coming up in a few months. If you're a fan of Dragon Con in Atlanta, you have had the opportunity to see the Palmetto Knights fight down there in the Invitational Dragons Cup.
Round 2 underway.
Here we go, round 2, Exiles up 1. Of course, Peasant Uprising will have to take this round to force it to 3 and have an opportunity to win the match. Oh, a big push from behind, but able to save on the rail. One Peasant down, 5-4 Exiles. Taking the early advantage again. Oh, and a big axe shot. Another. A third. Able to block some of those, but he's down now. It's 5-3, 5-2 Exiles. Another one down in the far left corner by the blue gate. Hard axe shots raining into that hip. The hip and under the shoulder are hard to armor. And he takes a knee. That's the round. 5-1. Exiles coming out in dominant fashion. Peasant Uprising putting up a good fight, putting in big effort there. You'll see the fighters staying on the ground until a marshal tells them to rise. Mark, thanks for cheering on from Utah. I know the Chimeras are glad to have you here. There's a group of support staff I forgot to mention earlier that I'd like to thank. It's the folks that are making sure our list field, the wooden barrier around here, is maintained. There's a lot of mass of humanity bashing up against the gates in the corners. And they're making sure that it's still a safe arena for them to fight in. And the other aspect of that is if you don't have a sturdy list field, the fighters cannot be as aggressive as they would otherwise. So having a sturdy list field puts on a better show for you folks.
Their opponents, the Dealers.
Make sure to open up that second tab for the purple and yellow list. Up next in the red and blue list, we have the Rogues and Chimera Armored Combat. These lists are well engineered, they're heavy, and they've evolved over time. In the early days, we at Carnage, we used cattle gates. I'd also like to thank the Tidewater Dogs of War for bringing down the purple and yellow list again this year so that we can have 2 list fields of action going to allow for more fighting at the tournament. You'll notice near the gates, the support crew for each team will lay out weapons. Those weapons are backup weapons. While fighters are allowed to carry a backup weapon with them on the field in case they break or lose the one they start with, they alternatively can return to their barrier near their gate and pick up a weapon. Their support staff is not allowed to hand them the weapon. We did see that happen yesterday, and a marshal called it out and sat that fighter down. The fighter has to show up on their own, pick up the weapon under their own power. They cannot pick one up off the ground. You can see the marshals checking out the fighters on each side. Each round, they absolutely have to check the helmet restraints. From the blue gate in tan and black, those are the rogues. At the red gate in black and blue and gold checky, that is Chimera Armored Combat.
Round 1. In the first one goes Rogue to the Death Dealers.
And here we go, round 1. A little bit of contact on the edges. Neither team committing yet. Generally, those center fighters are going to work into the backfield so they can get behind their opponent and work for a takedown. We've got one push from Chimera. Folks in the backfield. Now, some shake up to the position. A running hit, 5-5. Everyone's still on their feet. Hit from the side, reap but not successful. Chimera, a very mobile team right now. Swing and a miss. Big hit from behind, but it's a trade, 4-4. Another rip, and that is a Chimera down. Almost another. It's 4-3. Rogues up. There's a trade. Another Chimera down. That is 3-1. 3-1, and the marshals step in to stop it. Round 1 going to the Rogues. Well fought round. Joe, your question, it looks like it's if they need more than one weapon replacement, there is no limit for replacement. And a tactic you'll see, the rule has changed off and on over the years, but the opponents can go by the opposing gate and knock the weapons off of the barrier, and they're no longer legal to use. That rule has changed one way and the other. Right now, it currently allows for your opponent to knock the weapons off the barrier, so they're no longer accessible. But there is no limit to how many times you can change out, just the number of weapons that are available. NASA, thanks for being here, Sharon, on the Rogues. And if this is your first Carnage viewing, please let us know in the chat. And if it's not your first, let us know how many you've seen. Yeah, Joe, I think the other side of that is not only limiting the number of replacements, it'd be kind of a hard thing to track. As far as the marshalate rules and how things are set up, they're constantly evolving to make sure our marshals are safe. And anyone inside the list field needs to have their head very mobile, watching the action. It'd be hard to track, but it also keeps the fight going, allowing them to continually sub. It is allowed to rip a weapon from an opponent. We've seen that happen quite a bit this weekend. Once they lose their weapon, they cannot aggress the other team. They can be defensive and defend themselves from a takedown, but they cannot start punching and kicking if they do not have a weapon fully drawn and in their hand. Big axe shots coming over the top. It's still 5-5. A hit from behind, and he's down. It looks like Exiles are up. Correction, Rogues up. Oh, another Chimera down. Wait. Hit. So what you just saw there is the support staff holding out the weapon, and the fighter grabbed it while it was still in the hand of the support staff. That's not allowed, like I mentioned earlier. So the marshals set that fighter down. And it looks like 4-3, Rogues up. A big push there. Now it's 1-1. It's got to retrieve her weapon, and a big hit in the corner. But pulling out of that reap, Chimera has the size advantage here. But those down fighters are speed bumps that the Rogue could work. And Chimera wraps it out, taking round 2, pushing it to round 3. The chat moved kind of quickly during that round, so I couldn't see everybody who said it was their first. I think, Travis, you were here first for us. Glad to see you. Wyatt, glad that you're here this year. Hope you can join us again, maybe in person next year. Bay, glad you're joining us again this year. I hope you are able to come fight next year. Megan, thanks for cheering on your husband on the roads. I know he appreciates the support, especially with it being his first Carnage.
Taking the round in the red blue, Chimera Armored Combat with one fighter standing.
This is our third round of the day. Like I mentioned earlier, most of the bouts yesterday were decided in 2. A few went to 3 and 1 went to 4 due to a draw. Obviously, the tactic there is if you can win in 2, your fighters are fresher, have fewer repetitions out there on the field than if you're constantly having to fight the third of the best out of 3. Marshall's having a little talk there to settle something out. Speaking of the marshals, there will be a head marshal on the field. That's the one in the center. Then other field marshals out there inside the list. And then line marshals on the outside looking for safety and other violations. Contact on the near side. Big falchion swings.
Round 3 underway. The red blue list. Rose versus Chimera.
Those centers looking to break away, possibly. Right now, facing one another. They're both in the backfield now. Chimera running up. A big check from behind. Not able to finish it initially. Still 5-5. Moving away, but that Chimera on the far left side is double teamed at the moment. A big sweep and one Chimera down. Another taking shots, a trade in the corner. A Chimera hit hard by that Axeman. It looks like it's 4-2. No, 3-2, no, 4-2 now. Chimera's going to have to work hard. We saw one team come back yesterday from a 4-2 disadvantage and win it. Their flags. It looks like their marshals were calling a hold for some reason before that takedown. Laura, thanks for cheering on the Vagabonds. Happy to have you joining us. We're back in the action here. It looks like one of the rogues was sat down. Making it 3-2, the Chimera working back. One Chimera breaking away for a big hit. Trying to even the numbers here. He's got the size on top of him. He's not allowed to work the back of the neck with that weapon grab. He has to have an arm in there or be higher up on the head. Oh, a big hit and a trade. It's 2-1. They're stopping something for some reason. Okay, it's 2-1. Rogues up. That Chimera fighter still has a weapon in the shield hand, so he's still allowed to be aggressive. He's a big fella, but he's getting double teamed. We'll see if he can keep it up. And hard fought, but the Rogues take round 3 and the match. Jonathan, thanks for cheering on the Rogues. Gainesville Swamp Dragons, hope you're here fighting next year if you can join us. Dakota, starting in as a fan is a great way to learn. Getting out there on the field is a big goal for a lot of folks. It takes a big investment of time and money to get your armor. But find a local team if you haven't already and start training now. Jane, thanks for joining for your first Carnage. I'm glad you're out there training. Hopefully you'll be on the field next year. Up next, we'll have Barbarian Ice versus the Omaha Hellhounds. Barbarian Ice, I spoke with one of their fighters earlier, and he was excited. This is his first Carnage, and he wanted to give a shout out to his parents, I believe Dan and Emily, who are going to be watching and cheering him on.
The blue and red list. In the blue states, we have Barbarian Ice. In the red states, we have the Omaha Hellhounds.
Angie, thanks for cheering on Alex. Glad to have you here from Florida. Barbarian Ice is at the blue gate in red and blue quartered. Omaha Hellhounds at the red gate in red and gold. You'll see a variety of different helmets out there in this bout. The most common these days are the wolf-ribbed barred helmets. They offer a lot more breathability, a lot more visibility, but they are more open to axe shots. Obviously, you're not allowed to intentionally try to hit someone in the eye like that, but it does allow for more dust and debris, and with more vision comes a higher susceptibility for eye damage. You've got clap visors out there that will protect much, much better. I fight in a clap visor myself, but it does limit your breathability and your visibility. Also got a Sugarloaf, some nasal helmets out there. These two teams shouting, looking like they're ready to go hard. We've got some first contact, a hard hit. Looks like a weapon drop by one of the Hellhounds. I'm assuming there's a weapon issue. Or, excuse me, an armor issue. Not sure. If he's pulling him back, it's probably an armor issue. So the Hellhounds are down 1. Barbarians up 5-4. You'll see some good teamwork over there. The Polacks working to block, but coming in hard for a hit. A trade, 4-3, Barbarians still up. There's a broken axe on the field, but a weapon retrieved. All the action over in the far left corner. Oh, a big axe shot. Oh, that's harsh. And a big hit. Hellhounds even it out, 4-4. Or 3-3, I should say. All right, we've got a trade, and that's Barbarian Ice finishing around 2-0.
Barbarian Ice!
Joe, I think you're right. It did look like a right arm, either vambrace or elbow, that came loose. Fighters making some quick substitution. The Barbarian substituting in a giant on the field. Glad to see all the tabletop RPG references in the chat. Sneak attack damage, rage bonuses. But I have a question. What is the THAC0 of the Barbarians Ice, that big guy they just brought in? Anybody out there remember THAC0?
Crimson Wrath, the Peasant Matos. You have about a 15-minute warning. Crimson Wrath, the Peasant Matos. You have roughly a 15-minute warning.
The crowd really getting into it today. Yeah, that is a good question. While the armor will improve your armor class or lower your THAC0, well, the problem is the larger you are, the easier you are to hit.
The round underway, Death Dealers versus Ordo Drugs. And we're preparing for round 2.
Make sure you have a second tab open for the yellow and purple list. There's a pinned comment link at the top. As we get this round started, do we have any international viewers out there today?
Winner, Ordo Drugs.
That Barbarian fighting on the far side with a short two-handed axe. Good for grappling, not as much for the leverage on the strikes. But we've seen one-handed axes do a lot of damage this weekend. Both centers facing off, trying to prevent backfield movement. Engagement on the near side. That larger fighter fighting with a ball mace, those can do a ton of damage. Oh, big shots, but not going down. Did make him change his plans. A 3-2 on the near side, a 3-2 on the far side. A couple of fighters breaking away. One fighter disarmed, but he's able to pull his back up. Big breakaway and hit. Still 5-5. Marshall almost stepping in there. Ooh, a big shot on the shoulder. Pressure on the head with those big shots. Able to turn his opponent. One Barbarian down. 5-4. Hellhounds up by 1. Big hit from the Hellhounds on the near side. Marshall's looking at something. One Hellhound down. Looks like it's 4-4. Marshall's calling a hold. Looks like there may have been illegal contact. Maybe an illegal grip. Marshall's discussing it. If there was an illegal grapple on that, they'll allow the down fighter up and sit down the fighter that took the illegal action. It's hard to say. That's what it looks like is happening. Okay, the Marshals seem to have ruled that an illegal takedown, so that the taken down fighter is back up, and the one who did the illegal takedown is down, so the Hellhounds have the advantage, 5-3. That takedown may have been illegal due to contact of the haft of that weapon on the neck of their opponent. That's the most common illegal takedown. We got some big falchion shots raining in. A big push and a Barbarian down. A trade in the corner. That's 3-1, I believe. Let's see. It looks like the Marshals have called an illegal takedown. We're reversing that takedown like we did before. It's 3-2. 3-2 Hellhounds.
It's like 3 Hellhounds and 2 Barbarian.
That one Barbarian being drugged. Now it's 3-1. They're going to stop that fight. And the Omaha Hellhounds taking round 2, pushing it to a third. That's right, Travis. Back of the helmet is okay. Back of the neck is not. If a fighter working a takedown wants to grab the haft of their weapon, they either have to be above the neck or they have to have an arm tied in there so you're across the shoulder rather than across the neck itself. Both teams making a couple of substitutions. Marshall's talking it out because they had 2 reversals in there. Wanted to make sure everybody's fresh. It's been a long weekend and a good weekend of fighting, but there is some fatigue that comes in. With that fatigue comes mistakes by the fighters. And the Marshals need to make sure they aren't fatigued. They put in a long day yesterday too. But our Marshals seem to be eagle-eyed today.
We are going to round 3.
Brandon, thanks for cheering on the Hellhounds. Looks like we've got an armor repair. Maybe a knee cop. If they can't repair it quickly, they'll have to substitute. I think they're going to substitute him out. All right, so that substitution is in, and the Barbarians have 5. Omaha Hellhounds with their war chant. Bay, one of the tactics that you can use is to try to get an underhook on one side and an overhook on the other. That makes sure that you stay across the shoulder rather than on the neck, because even a well-intended grapple on a helmet can slide down to a neck, but with an overhook and an underhook, it's not going to slide up unless you lose the overhook, or excuse me, you lose the underhook. That pull in the top right over there, that's on the helmet, so it's okay.
Winner,
Again, a pull high. All those are okay. One Hellhound disarm, goes for the backup. In the process, gets hooked, but is still standing. 5-5, both teams. One down on the Hellhounds. Big hit, but he's hit from behind. 5-4 Barbarians advantage right now. Another Hellhound down. 5-3. Barbarians take another down. And there was another takedown on the near side. A big round. The Barbarians coming out. That third round bringing momentum to them, but that's an extra bout that they've had to fight. That Hellhound just needing a little bit of help back to his feet, limping a little bit. Sometimes that's a cramp, not necessarily an injury. We hope that fighter is just maybe cramped up a little bit. A lot of these guys, or all these guys, have been fighting for at least a day yesterday to make it to the finals today. And we've got the Company of the Bear entering from the blue side. And they'll be facing the Exiles. We're working our way through the men's Tier 3 finals now. I believe we're down to quarters.
In the red, day to be welcomed back, the Exiles.
The fans were really getting behind these Tier 1 teams yesterday. I was commenting on the Tier 1 list. The Vagabonds had a big following yesterday. Company of the Bears seemed to be the crowd favorites this morning. Also seemed to be the favorites in the chat. Way to go, Bears. Exiles in the purple, dark blue color. They're substituting one last out. I think there's waved his hand like there's a gauntlet problem. No, it's a leg strap problem. Hopefully they'll get that fixed quick so he can substitute in next round. Gates are closed and we're ready to go in just a moment. There's good action happening in the Tier 2 men's list, the purple and yellow. Look for that link at the top and open up a second tab. That's okay, Joe. Kind of the way to do it if you don't already have a team is just pick one in a match or cheer for them both. You may not hope one particular team wins, just hope everybody has a good fight. That's fine. You can be an impartial fan and still be a fan. Some movement of the centers. Lines break down quickly, still 5-5. Moving in the center. Oh, good field awareness. Nearly got hit from behind, but you got to keep looking, and he did. Those centers not committing yet. One exile down, another 5-3 Bears. A big hit coming from behind. Exiles bring it 4-3. Another exile down. It's 4-2 Bears. 4-2 Bears. Oh, hard axe shots coming in, and it's 4. I think they're going to call that 4-0 because that last exile went down. Fighters rise. Marshals call out the score. That's all right. Joe, you can have, we hope Invictus can join us next year. Now, after the regular tournament wraps up today, again, after men's Tier 3 in this list, we'll have the women's 12s, 12 on 12. After that, we're going to try for mass battles outside. We may or may not have some commentary associated with that, but a lot of that's going to be on mobile cameras because to fit that many fighters in a list, we're going to have to move out into the open. Company of the Bear taking the first round. Exiles are going to have to push back to force the third. Up next, we'll have the Rogues and Barbarian Ice.
Round 2 underway. Barbarian.
And we're back at it for round 2. Good contact on both sides of the list field. Neither center committing yet. An early reap. Loses a weapon and goes down. Bears are up 5. But Exiles bring it back 4-4. Exile running in but noticed. A hit from behind coming. We'll see if he can convert to a takedown. His partner saves him. Still 4-4. A trade. An exile down, 3-2 Bears up. 3-2 Bears up. Some big strikes coming in there. Exile breaking away, switching weapons. He's in a tough spot there. They're calling a hold. The Marshal Josh might be saying something about a gauntlet grab or a loose piece of armor. It's hard to say. But it's 2-2. Exiles can push this. a big trip attempt. That fighter needs to stop. Fighter needs to stop aggressing. I think they're going to set him down. They are. That fighter was pushing. That fighter was pushing without a weapon in their hand. So it's 2-1 Bears. That Exile fighter trying to work to the corner, but now he's got a down fighter to his side. That's going to be a speed bump. Taking some hard shots from that poleaxe. And down. Bears take round 3 in the match. The Bears definitely getting the crowd behind them here today. Up next, we'll have the Rogues versus Barbarian Ice. Company of the Bear, I believe, advancing to the finals to determine gold. Exiles going to the bronze medal match to determine 3rd and 4th.
And the purple gates, it's the new order. These fighters stand ready for battle. Once our list is ready to go.
Hope you're enjoying the action here at Carolina Carnage 2026. This is our 9th year hosting this tournament, all 9 years here at the T. Ed Garrison Arena at Clemson University. I'd like to give a big shout out to our sponsors. Our first time sponsors this year, we have Sparta Training Equipment and American Bohurt. Sparta Training Equipment offering some really great padded equipment. Most of the training we do is not in armor. The armor is hard on the weapons and the weapons are hard on the armor. So we train a lot, even the experienced folks, in padded equipment to work tactics and skills without doing as much damage to our equipment. And Sparta Training Equipment is a great source for that equipment to keep your fighters safe and working hard. We also have American Bohurt. Glad to have them here this year. American-made weapons will be a boon for our American fighters that usually have to wait a long time for shipping. Returning as well, we have Gohurt Medieval, providing great tabards, clothing, armor, and more. Several of the folks on my team order and fight in Gohurt equipment. Age of Craft is back again this year. I've won a couple of Age of Craft certificates in tournaments before, and I was very thankful to have them. Make the sport a little bit easier monetarily, but all of their equipment I have is top notch. Would also like to thank the County of Anderson, South Carolina, for helping to make this activity happen, as well as giving a great home for Carolina Carnage for all the spectators we've had coming year after year. Some are new, but some have been returning almost the entire 9 years to make this sport what it is here in the Southeast. We'd like to thank Anderson County for that. Also, a big thank you to the staff here at the T. Ed Garrison Arena. Always wonderful to us, making sure that we have what we need to put on a great show for you. Looks like the marshals are giving the teams just a short break because we're drawing down to the finals. We want to make sure each team is well prepared. In addition to that, it looks like we're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule or so. I'll take that back. It looks like we're about 7 minutes behind schedule, but we have plenty of time today. Bay, glad to hear you ordered from Sparta. Marshals are having a quick conference. But we've got Barbarian Ice entering from the red gate in red and blue checky. Correction, red and blue quartered. And the Rogues will be coming in from the blue gate. We've got a couple of new camera angles this year. You'll see it on your screen now. We have the corner cams that we can work remotely up here. Hopefully, we'll be able to give you some views of the corner fighting where a lot of the brutality occurs. We'll get you a better view than even the fans on the front row get. And we have the Rogues beginning to make their way onto the field in black and tan. Make sure you have that second tab open so you can catch all the action on the yellow and purple list as well. We've got some great combat happening in the men's Tier 2 list. Take a second to share the link out to your friends. And you know what? You can be generous, be forgiving, even people you don't like. Send them the link too. You might make a friend that way.
It's the Barbarian Eyes. Their opponent entering from the blue side.
Nessa, it may indeed be black and orange, but I prefer a good black and tan myself. Marshall's doing the last-minute checks for neck protection. We did have one fighter transported yesterday for what appeared to be either a shoulder or trapezius injury. We're hopefully going to get an update on him today. We have some aggressive dancing, not what I would quite call a haka, but something akin to that. The Rogue substituting a fighter might have a gorget or neck protection issue. A hard weekend of fighting. Many of these fighters also competed in the one-on-one duels or outrance fights, so the equipment taking a beating all weekend. Sometimes it's in these last rounds that it starts to fail. And here we go, round one, the Rogues and Barbarian Ice. This will determine who goes into the gold medal match and who goes into the bronze. First contact, neither team wasting time. Both of these teams antsy to secure their spot in the finals. An attempted hit from the side, but he caught on early. Flying kick, not completing the takedown, but setting up a good grapple. One of the important tactics here when grabbing an opponent to pull down is to make sure they're not still locked up with your teammate so that you're not pulling down both fighters. Big shots coming in on the shoulder. Well armored though. Oh, looked like some, well, I thought it was friendly fire, but maybe it was going into the gauntlet of the Rogue. Both teams still, oh no, we have a Rogue down. So it's 4-3 Barbarians. That looks about to change. It's 4-2. One Barbarian lost a weapon. It's 4-2. Barbarian has retrieved a weapon. And if that trips, that's 4-1. 4-1, Barbarian Ice taking the first round. Those down fighters become an obstacle. Tichondrius, if you're betting that kind of money on this sport, what you need to be doing is funding the next tournament. Travis, thanks for cheering on the Rogues. And Erica for cheering the Barbarians. The Rogues fighting hard today. See if they can pull it back and make it 3.
Our next bout is the Tulsa Free Company versus Texas Fire.
They're checking that fighter again on the neck. Marshall's being very, very cognizant of what is or isn't safe there. I think they're saying that maybe the collarbone is exposed. Unsure what they're going for. But he's swapping out. That substituted fighter needs to be checked as well. Marshall's determined. He's good to go. We had a great day of competition yesterday on the blue and red list. The men's tier 1 and the women's and women's open 5 versus 5 tournament. And here we go for round 2. Barbarians moving forward quickly.
Another round underway. Barbarian Ice and Rose. And taking round 1 from the list, the Tulsa Free Company.
First contact on the far side. Neither center committing yet. Marshall step in. It looks like might have been a weapon grab. Someone may have been grabbing the blade of a sword, is what it looked like. Nice leg kick. Contact on the near side. A hit from the side, a flying kick. Still up, still standing, but in a bad position. One Barbarian down. Rogues 5-4. A trade, 4-3. Rogues still with the advantage. Both in a 2-1. That Rogue in the corner's got 2 big fighters leaning on him. And a flying knee from behind. Looks like that fighter's down. It looks like, maybe not, 3-2. 3-2 Barbarians. Big strikes. They getting that arm out of the way. That ball mace hits with authority. That's 3-1. Barbarians take round 2 and the match. All right, so taking a look at the next round up, they may give us a little bit of a break, but we're going to have, it looks like the Exiles and the Rogues fighting for bronze, and then the Company of the Bear and Barbarian Ice in the final bout fighting for gold and silver. And it looks like, I believe they're moving to the first women's 12s round to give the men's tier 3 at least one round of rest. So, moving into the largest battle so far today, the 12 versus 12s. It's going to be very difficult for the marshals on the field, if there are any, to stay out of the way. They may move out and just be line marshals. These 12s teams are going to be combinations of the smaller, of course. On the blue gate, you'll have the Crimson Wrath. Looks like they have the Crimson Tulips. Athena's Wrath. And another team. I have to look back at the notes to identify the others. If you recognize your friends or fighters in the red and black quartered, let us know. On the opposite side, we have the Mythic Mato. That will be a combination of the Dallas Mythics and the Mato. After this, we should have the bronze medal match, the Exiles versus the Rogues. Then the Mythic Mato and will face the River Rat Blades. Combination, it sounds like, of the River Sirens, the Rat Queens, and the Los Angeles Gilded Blades. If you're new to this sport, and even if you've been around for a little while, there's not always an opportunity to fight the 12s. So here you're going to see a little bit different, a different tactic going on. Often you'll put the polearm fighters in the back with longer polearms so they can reach out and touch someone, whereas the front line may work to pull that fighter forward, make them a target for the second line. I'm surprised I don't see more shields on the front line, but it looks like they're going for more of an aggressive approach with the maces and axes.
We have Crimson Wrath going to take on the Mythic Mato.
The teams, as far as combining for the 12s, that's voluntary by the 12s, by the fighters themselves. So the captains will agree on which other smaller teams they'll combine with, and then it's bracketed out from there with a random draw. Chris, glad you're enjoying the stream. Thanks for being here. With this, there's always a chance that fighter numbers will vary some. With the 5s, it's very easy to quickly determine that. But with the 12s, it's often important to make sure the fighters line up and are counted. I have seen at previous Carnages where there'll be a fighter heavy just because there's so many people on the field to count. But currently they're lined up in 2 rows of 6, easier to determine. Both sides have 12, gates are shut. Marshals doing their final checks. And we're going to see quite a bit of a different tactic here.
Advantage Barbarian is pile up on the wall.
Well, Callum, thank you for the question. Keeping us interactive on the stream. That's the purpose of it. Some events just stream the video of the event. But one of the things that I love about Carnage is the interaction with the fans that aren't able to join us in person. It can broaden the sport, let others that can't be at a tournament in person get a better perspective, and keep things entertaining.
The round in purple and yellow goes to the Cincinnati Barbarian.
It looks like we have a final bit of discussion on from the marshals. Might have a fighter swapping. Looks like they're looking to see whether or not it's considered safe for that shoulder.
Fighters, if you are in need of some new weaponry,
make sure you have a second tab open for the yellow and purple list for the men's tier 2 finals.
They are still offering a 10% discount on Cougar weaponry that has the Larry sticker of approval.
And here we go, round 1, Crimson Wrath versus Mythic Mato. And the marshals exit the field, just 2 field marshals in the backfield right now. Even they'll have to be mobile and might have to dive out of the list. Slow advance on either side, but one of the Mato pushing deep. And the lines break down quickly. A lot of backfield fighting. Hits from behind. One Crimson Wrath down. It's going to be hard to keep our numbers up to date with all this action going on. Hard pole arm shots raining in there. Those large pole arms looking to do some damage. Another big hit. Still looks like only one fighter down. Have a breakaway to drop that pole arm fighter. Still standing. Looks like we might have another Crimson down. It's hard to tell in the corner. That may be a Mythic down. We have a trade on the far corner and a trade on the near side and a trip from a Tulip. Hard shots coming in from that poleaxe. They're staying on the shoulder right now. Have to make sure they don't go into the back of the neck. A good rip across the top. A tight fight in the corner. Big shots coming in on the far side. Oh, right on the back of the head. Need to watch the location of that. And a hard hit to the shoulder. That fighter's still standing. Looks like a couple more fighters down in the near corner. It looks like the Mythic Mato may be up by 1 or 2. Looks like they're up by 2 right now. But that's it. So again, we're going to be working on a 3-to-1 ratio here. So 3-to-1. So we're going to be working on a 3-to-1 ratio. So it'd be 3-to-1, 6-to-2, that sort of thing. And in these situations with the larger battles, marshals will have to stop it from time to time to verify the numbers. Much less common. I've never seen it in the 5s. They're verifying the score, if anything.
Is a lot to keep track of. Much like the 5-on-5, once a certain ratio of fighters was met.
And the marshals calling the bout on ratio. And a great opening to the first round of the women's 12s.
Count remaining fighters and call or resume the fight.
If this is your first time watching 12s, even if you've seen 5s before, let us know what you think.
Taking the first round is the Mythic Mato.
Teams making their substitutions, got to get checked again. Marshall's lining them up for the count as well.
And the Cincinnati Barbarian.
Crimson Wrath going to have to push again to push it to 3. These 12s can be extra dangerous because the marshals aren't quite as close to the action. They have to stay safe themselves. And may not have as good of a view in case of an armor failure. These larger battles as well, this will be a great opportunity for marshals in training to come out on the field and get some experience. So you'll see a little bit more coaching from the experienced marshals to those in training. The reset looks like it's wrapped up on both sides.
Winner, the new order.
So Callum, I believe that the 12s for the women are medal fights. Last I heard, there won't be men's 12s. Those will be set aside in favor of the mass battles. We're trying for a world record today, and based on what I'm seeing on the field, we have a chance of achieving it. Some of the teams may have left yesterday after the 5s, but we're hoping that there's enough today to go for that record and achieve it. Certainly that tier 2 list over there, the yellow and purple, been very active today. Looks like they're about to get another fight going. But we're ready in red and blue, starting up round 2. Mythic Mato taking the first. Crimson Wrath not waiting to engage, pushing back.
Underway. Crimson Wrath versus
That Athena's Wrath fighter working into the background, but taking some axe shots for the effort. Still up. Down now. Danger of ending up in the backfield, so you can be outnumbered quickly. Kind of a pile happening over there, but it's still, we got a couple of trades in the center far side. Mythic Matago's looking like they're up, taking a couple down in the open field. Another hard hit. It looks like we might be at ratio. The marshals are checking. I think we're at ratio, possibly.
in the purple and yellow list.
I don't think we're at ratio. I don't think so.
To take on the Tulsa Free Company.
Okay, marshals restart. Crimson Wrath still in it. They're going to have to push hard. But anything can happen here. And that's it. That's ratio. Marshall stepping in. That round will go to the Mythic Matago, and they'll take the match. Bay, that's right. We had about 500 fighters signed up. Some may have just been duelists. Some may have just been duelists and not competing in the melees, so not eligible for the mass battles. Now, certainly duelists can choose to just jump in so long as they are safely armored. Some fighters may have left yesterday if their tournament's wrapped up. But we're hoping to hit that. We're hoping to hit that magic number. We're looking for 301 I think should set it over. My estimate right now of folks currently in armor, I would say it's at least 120, maybe 150 in armor now. There may well be folks that are not fully armored right now because they're waiting for the mass battles. So we're really hoping to get this going today. Up next, we should have the men's 5 versus 5 Tier 3 bronze match between the Exiles and the Rogues. No, maybe not. Looks like we're going to have another women's 12 match. It seems as the River Rat Blades may be taking, I think I see River Rats over there in green at the red gate. If that's the case, Mythic Mato just fought and would have to fight again.
Clear the field.
There we go. Those ladies very eager to fight, very eager to get their round in. But to stay on order, we are pulling in the Exiles and the Rogues for the bronze medal Tier 3 match.
Bronze medal match.
That's right, Bay. What we say to the folks that come in here, you'll pay for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge. And the Exiles making their way across the field in that violet color at the blue gate. Something seems a little, no, that's correct. And then the Rogues will be coming in for the red gate.
And the round underway between Ordo Proponents and the Tulsa.
I think the Rogues may not have been quite expecting it, maybe thinking that there were going to be more women's 12s. I see the Rogues making their way over now. There is a time limit.
Taking the round, Tulsa Free Company.
Tulsa Free Company is on the yellow and purple list. It looks like they just won that last round. You can look for a link at the top of this chat for the Palmetto Knights channel broadcasting the yellow and purple list stream. You can see it on the far side of your screen, but if you open up a second tab with that list, you're going to be able to get a much closer in view. So, Pumpkin, the weight will vary based on the individual fighter, will vary based on their role in the sport. For myself, I'm a duels and pro fight competitor. So my duels kit is about 55 pounds. The largest or the heaviest individual piece of armor is my helmet with the chain drape on it. Second is the body armor, but the helmet is heavier. And my armor is only about a fifth of my body weight, because as a duelist, I don't need as much protection from behind or on the shoulders. But one of my friends who has been fighting as a center for many years, he weighs about 250 and his armor is about 100 pounds. So 2/5 of his body weight. His job, though, was to stay standing, and he took a lot of hits. That's on the higher end ratio.
Round 1 underway in our men's Tier 3 bronze medal match. The Exiles.
And here we go.
Taking on the Rogues.
Exiles and the Rogues. Exiles pushing deep, working in the backfield, going mobile early. One Rogue lost a weapon, but recovering now, out of the fight until he can get rearmed. One Rogue down. Exiles 5-4. Big hits coming in from the Exiles. Another Rogue down, 5-3. Exiles doing early work. That looked like a yield. That was a very strange position to be in. But that fighter not yielding, but not able to rearm. Now taking a knee. That's 5-1. So if a fighter holds up an open hand, palm forward to their opponent, that is typically a yield position. That's typically showing your opponents that you are out of the fight because you're exposing the unarmored palm of your hand. That was a very strange position to pick to be defensive. However, it did not seem that that fighter was attempting to yield. Another way to yield is just to take a knee. But they cannot take active aggression at their opponent if they're not armed, so they can receive strikes, but can't push or kick. We saw a fighter sat down for that earlier. The Rogues getting reset. They're going to have to take this if they're wanting to stay in contention for the bronze. If the Exiles win this, they'll take bronze. We hope you're enjoying the matches today. Hope we're giving you a good show. If you missed any of the duels on Friday or any of the Altrance fights, you can still see those up on the Mato Knights YouTube channel. If you missed any of the fighting yesterday, it's available for you as well. So a fighter can always, Callum, a fighter can always defend themselves even if they don't have a weapon. But they cannot aggress, like they can't punch with a shield if they don't also have a mace, an axe, a sword, or otherwise. A shield alone, though a shield you can hit with a shield is not considered a weapon for the purpose of being armed and aggressive. A little bit of finesse to that answer, but we've got one Rogue down. Exiles 5-4. Oh, a big axe shot coming in there. And a quick trip. Exiles up 3-2. Exiles looking to take the bronze. With this next down fighter, they'll cinch that bronze medal. The Rogues not. There we go. Exiles taking the second round and the match, closing the bronze.
Winner.
A hard-fought round by the Rogues.
It's the Exiles!
Diane, we're glad you're having a great time. Thanks for interacting with us here in the chat. What a great effort by the Tier 3 teams. And just so you know, if you're new to the look at the sport, the tiers generally go by a combination of experience level, aggression, success, things like that. It's somewhat akin to the major league, minor league, and different levels there. But the difference is that a Tier 2 team can move up to Tier 1 based on success, based on the wins. The Exiles might be able to move up to Tier 2 after this Tier 3 bronze. It just depends.
Down to a 1-on-1.
Up next, we'll have the Mythic Mato against the River Rat Blades. Mythic Mato, we saw a fight before the Exiles and Rogues. They took the match against the Crimson Wrath, excuse me. The River Rat Blades, a combination of the River Sirens, the Rat Queens, and the Los Angeles Gilded Blades. This will be their first match of the day. The crowd filling in more and more here today. After this women's 12s match, we'll have the gold medal match for men's tier 3 between the Company of the Bear and the Barbarians Ice. And it looks like the Mythic Mato took the mantle route to identify. There we go, we do. I was speaking with one of our producers up here, Joel, about how to signify teammates, and it looks like the Mythic Mato have gone with a blue mantle, that blue scarf looking, to identify their teammates, and the River Rat Blades have gone with red. Marshall's coming in to double check the neck protection. Every bout, that neck protection and helmet retention is double checked. Some fighters may not realize if the neck retention strap is broken. It's a hard item for an individual fighter to check on themselves. They need support staff and marshals to check it for them.
The round goes to the Death Dealers. Over in the red and blue list. Before we prepare the gold medal match.
Joe, I'm not always up to date on all the acronyms used in the chat, but I think you are saying that you love fighting girls. That's good. We love our fighting girls here too.
It's the Mythic Mato once again versus the River Rat Blades. The combined forces of the River Sirens, the Rat Queens, and the Gilded Blades have band together for some 12v12 chaos.
That's right, Chris. I love my fighters all over too. Not just the local ones. This is an international sport, and I love them all. I don't know if you can tell from the view on the live stream, but the dust is really kicking up in the arena today. It looks fairly clear on the live stream view, but looking out here with our eyes, we can see lots of dust kicking up at the indoor arena here. That will have an effect, making it just a little bit harder to get a good full breath in, making a little bit more dust get in your eye. But we've had our list crew out there watering down the field in between. We'll see how it goes. Gwen, thanks for cheering on from Arkansas. We're glad to have you here. A little bit of show of aggression in the center of the field. And contact there to start the bout. Here we are in our second women's 12 versus 12. It looks like there may be an agreement between these teams to let these two fighters duke it out. They're not having any teamwork right now. They're just allowing those two to have a match in the middle. I wonder how long that will last. Hard shots in the near corner, on the right, the red side. Good contact in the middle. There's a trade of those two fighters that started out one-on-one, and a trip hazard. A couple of the River Rat Blades down. It looks like 3 of them. Mythic Matago taking the advantage. Oh, and a big hit, but it looks like it landed right on that backup weapon. A good placement there over the hip for that backup weapon. Some strong axe shots coming in. Trading partners. Good movement by that River Rat to gain some distance to use the axe. It looks like one of the mantles has draped over a helmet. It's going to be hard for that fighter to see. But it looks fairly sheer. She's able to see through it, continue fighting. Mythic Matago with a clear advantage right now. They're going to be getting close to the 3-to-1 ratio. The marshals are pausing it to count. Remember, we have to have a 3-to-1 ratio to stop the fight. And the marshals look like they're going to restart it. No? Okay. That fighter that the marshal was just pointing at had just retrieved a weapon and is not down. Not down. There we go. Marshall stepping in and calling it on the ratio for the Mythic Matago, taking the first round. Quick work in the second bout for the Mythic Matago. River Rat Blades hopefully just getting warmed up in their first match of the day. Looks like the men's tier 2 list over there, they're having a little bit of a conference of the marshals. They must be getting ready to get to the finals soon.
First round is 12v12. Mythic Matago.
We'll get a few substitutions in there.
Breathing in some substitutions, reinforcements, if you will. You try to conquer their opponents.
I have to agree with you there, Bay. I love women too. So Carolina Carnage is hosted by the local team, Palmetto Knights. I'm a member of Palmetto Knights, so I'm a bit partial here. But I would like to mention that many years ago, to the best of my knowledge, the Palmetto Knights was the first United States team to be able to field a full women's team back when the women's division was 3 versus 3 with 2 alternates. Now, the sport has grown and grown, and as more fighters are recruited, the women's division has grown to a 5 versus 5 with 3 alternates, and many full teams fielded. Later today in the mass battles, the ladies will also be allowed to compete in that. So it will be an all versus all that are willing versus all that are willing. Pumpkin, we're glad to have you here and glad you're enjoying the event. Make sure to take a second and share a link out to one of your friends that you think might be interested.
Including acid, spears, and other sharp-pointed objects. Please make your demonstration well. Medic purple, medic purple, medic purple.
And it looks like the lines are fairly set. The River Rat Blades holding what looks like a tighter group for the center. More bucklers out there. And they've shifted like an onside kick. They've taken the corner. And the Mythic Matagos charge in hard. Not a war of attrition. This is going to be a meat grinder. Hard axe shot swinging in from the Mythics. This isn't a chess match. This is a battle royal. More hard axe shots coming in. Looks like several fighters down from both sides. I'm seeing more River Rat blade mantles down. Hard work by the marshals, watching for safety. We've got some friendly fire. Blue, blue, blue. There we go. That got broken up. Those are some hard axe shots into the corner. The River Rat Blades trying to use the Mythics that they captured as shields. But that's going to be a tough one. These are going to be some hard shots. Not only that, but there are several fighters down in front of them. So they're going to have a hard time even pushing out of that corner if they chose to from the landmine of down fighters that will be a trip hazard. A couple more head reaps. Marshall's probably stepping in soon for the count.
Round one, purple and yellow, Tulsa, Green Company.
Looks like they're working some head reaps. What a pile over there. This is great action. And the Marshals calling it. I think they believe it's ratioed. The pile is almost as tall as some of the standing fighters. They'd have to climb on top of it to fall down.
Round two, underway.
What a round, what a round. Mythic Matago taking it in two. Great effort from the River Rat Blades. Up next, we'll have the men's Tier 3 5 versus 5 finals. The Company of the Bear taking on Barbarian's Ice to determine gold. Those blue and red mantles, I think, are going to play a huge role in reducing friendly fire as well as giving the Marshals a much easier job of their count. And the women picking up the remainder of their equipment, clearing the field. They're going to rest up a little bit, and then after the men's Tier 3 gold match, Crimson Wrath will be back to face the River Rat Blades.
2-1, Vantage Tulsa.
The women's 12s, looks like they have
Winner, Tulsa,
3 teams, so it's going to be a round robin. There may be a tiebreaker if necessary. We have Barbarian's Ice taking the field from the red gate in the red and blue quartered. Company of the Bear in red and blue halved with a white bear in the center. That white bear reminiscent of the team Ursus, which I believe some of the Company of the Bear are Ursus members. If I can direct your attention to the banner at the top, you'll see in the right lower corner, this is match 68 out of 70. That does not mean we're done for the day in 2 more matches. after this, we will have, after that 70th match, we will be going to the mass battles outside. It may take a moment to transition over, as well as allowing the men's Tier 2 teams to finish their final bouts. But once we're able to transition to the outside, getting all these fighters outside, getting some camera equipment outside, we will continue to bring you all the action here at Carolina Carnage.
Our teams in the blue gates. Company of the Bears.
Pumpkin, that's right. There are different roles for the teams. And what is most common is to have 2 fighters paired on one rail, 2 fighters paired on the other, and then a center. The center these days, for one of the common tactics, that center's job is to work for an advantage either in the backfield or as a mobile unit to create a 3-on-2 momentarily to get a numbers advantage. In previous years, the center was often the largest fighter and expected to take the most punishment. But tactics have evolved over the years. Company of the Bear, looks like they're fielding a mix of pole axes and shields. Mostly axes on the Barbarian side. One fighter out there with a short single-handed axe, probably working to do more grappling. And here we go. Round 1, Company of the Bear and Barbarian Ice. Early contact on the far side list. Pushing deep on the near side. The crowd behind both teams, but I'm hearing more chants for the Bears here today. Big axe hits. A Barbarian breaks away and hits. Working that position. One Barbarian down, 5-4 Bears. Bear movement, working to the back. Marshall stepping in over something on the near side, but not stopping the overall fight. Might have just been breaking up a hole before it got to be too illegal. Another step in. One Barbarian sat, probably on an armor failure. It's 5-3, Bears up. 5-3 Bears up. This may be a time. It's 5-2. This would probably be a good time to forfeit the remainder of this match to keep those 2 fighters fresh. But that's it right there. 5-1, 5-1 for the Bears.
Round 1, the gold medal that goes to the Company of the Bears.
Well, not only do the Bears have the crowd here behind them today, it looks like they have the majority of the chat behind them as well. These Tier 3 teams are really showing out today. They showed out yesterday too, working their way to the semifinals. Barbarian swapping out for that mountain of a fighter. We'll see if size makes a difference this time.
It's 2v1, advantage for bonus.
The first round was definitely a grisly bout.
Taking the round, Draconics.
And here we go, round 2 for the gold medal match. A hard shot on an axe to open it up. The Barbarians know they have to win this to stay in the gold. A trade, 4-4. Very mobile on the near side list. A good takedown, bears up, 4-3. The Barbarians can't be out at this point. Actually, it may be 3-3. Now 3-2. Bears up. 3-2. If the Barbarians can take down one more, they've eliminated the ratio stoppage. Hard contact in that near corner. Looks like we're going to get some big axe shots coming in. Hard axe shots coming in. That Barbarian not taking it lightly, stepping in to bring the action. And a trip! A trip! That was a Barbarian that tripped, and that's 3-1. I don't know why they're discussing whether or not he's down, because that's the match regardless.
And with that, for the next year,
and there we go. The company of the Bear taking gold in men's 5 versus 5, tier 3. A hard fight by the Barbarians Ice, taking silver.
Back over to purple and yellow. It is still
What a round, what a round. And you'll see, of course, even after all this hard fighting, they're coming in for camaraderie, one of the best parts of this sport. Up next, we'll have Crimson Wrath versus the River Rat Blades. Good eyes there, Bay. That larger fighter may have lost the weapon. That's possible, but with his compatriot tripping up, it became a 3-1 ratio regardless. Looking around the arena, I'm still seeing more folks still armored up, excited for the mass battles that will hopefully be occurring here in just a bit. I agree with you there, Chris. The sportsmanship in this arena is wonderful this year. It's often said that an armed society is a polite society, and these folks are armed to the teeth. Here we go. Coming up next, we've got Crimson Wrath versus River Rat Blades. We'll take a second again to thank our sponsors for this event. Sparta Training Equipment, Go Hurt Medieval, Age of Craft, and American Bowhurt. Also a big thanks to Clemson University, the staff at T. Ed Garrison Livestock Arena, and to Anderson County for helping us make this event happen, giving us a home here for our 9th Carolina Carnage.
It's the River Rat Blades.
We've had great effort here by our marshals working so hard. I think this is the most marshals we've had here ever for an event. Many of these marshals traveling in from across the United States, and a few international marshals as well. Crimson Wrath with the blue mantles, River Rat Blades with red. What a hard-fought weekend for all our competitors. And we still have more to go. I'm excited to see how many are available for those mass battles. I want us to get that world record today.
In the purple and yellow wings, the yellow gate, we have the new order. So take on the purple gate.
I'll agree, Diane. We have a lot of really tough athletes here. The athleticism has improved over the years, and we'll have folks that come in from different sports that bring their own unique background. We have martial artists that come in, but then have to learn maybe a grappling style that they didn't learn before. We'll have wrestlers come in that need to learn to strike. We'll have folks come in from non-combat disciplines, but they bring their own level of athleticism through cardio, flexibility, or even just their training discipline that is necessary for high-level achievement in any sport. One of the other things I can say is this: I prefer sports that I have competed in. And sports are fine to watch. You're watching, we're glad you're watching. But to get involved is, to me, the reason for sports. So for all the folks that will be watching some other sporting event today, they can have it. I'd rather be here at Carnage. I heard there's another one going on this evening. Something about superb owls or something. Maybe a raptor event of some sort. When we train fighters at the practice I work at, one of the first things we have to teach everyone is breathing. Even if you come from other sports, I have never seen an athlete, regardless of their background, come into this sport and not hold their breath when they're striking or being struck for the first time. The first thing we train at my practice is to breathe. Calmness and breathing, because if you're tense, you can't circulate your blood. If you're not breathing, you're fighting in scuba gear along with your armor. And here we go. Crimson Wrath and the River Rat Blades. Hard axe shots landing in over the top. That axe is moving 10 feet by the time it makes contact. One Crimson Wrath down and another. One and another. The River Rat Blades taking an earlier advantage here. Oh, and a big takedown by a rat. Excuse me, a river siren. They're definitely taking the fight into the blue team this time. More and more down. We're probably at ratio very soon. Oh, and a hard axe shot. And that fighter is down. Yielded, taking a knee, and the River Rat Blades taking that round. Looks like we're going to have a medic step in. What a great medical staff we have here, too. Most of them volunteers. And we'd like to thank you again while we take a brief pause to thank you for joining us. All the viewers we've had on Friday and Saturday and back again today. Like to thank the production staff up here, the incredible Joel, the indomitable Greg. Also, my broadcast partner, the fabulous Evan Ringo, who's working with the Yellow and Purple list today. Like to thank all of them for making this happen, including some of the folks that worked not just behind the scenes, but before the scenes. All the work that goes into this for the graphics, the scorekeeping ahead of time, the technological linking of information, the improvements we try to bring you each and every year. We've even got some more lined up for next year, so make sure to tune back in to see what we can come up with. It looks like these two teams are starting to reset now. The medics are checking that down fighter, but she's moving. Looks like it might be a little bit of a knee twist, but she's sitting up. They're checking her out. They'll probably move her off the field as soon as she's safe to move.
Feel free to make your way over, because we are not done on the other side of the field yet.
William, I'm not sure there's a specific start time for the mass battles other than after the overall tournament.
We'll see you on the red and blue list.
So after this, we'll be moving outside. There will have to be some time of a delay to get the camera equipment outside, to get all the fighters outside, to get the field set up and the marshals set up. Also, we're going to need to know how many fighters we have so we can divide them up into equal teams for those mass battles. But I make sure you stick around for that because this is going to be good. The men's 5 versus 5 Tier 1 wrapped up yesterday. The winners of that were, in gold, men's 5 versus 5 Tier 1, Kenya's USA took gold. The Dragoons took silver, and the Executioners took bronze. Check out the yellow and purple list for the Tier 2 men's 5 versus 5 winners. For the men's Tier 3, I believe we had, I don't have the results in front of me, but I believe we had the Company of the Bear as gold, Barbarian Ice silver, and I believe the Exiles took bronze. I'll check that. Yes, it was the Exiles taking bronze in men's 5 versus 5 Tier 3. This is going to be the last round for the women's 12 versus 12. The first bout went to the River Rat Blades. We have that lady from Athena's Wrath. We have her up and moving. So still looks like a little bit of a knee, but that Athena's Wrath fighter is slowly exiting the field. And a big crowd here, is cheering for that fighter. It looks like we'll get started here in just a moment. The Crimson Wrath looks like they are several fighters down. Obviously taking a moment to field, to get their fighter out, but it looks like 9 fighters taking the field for Crimson Wrath. A big numbers disadvantage. And it is often, we'll see if it happens today, it's not required, but it's very common when a team is outnumbered that the opposition will set a few fighters to the side. In this case, it's possible that the River Rat Blades may set 3 fighters to the side, so that the fight begins effectively even.
Fighters, if you need a new weapon, now is the time. The Cell Swords are offering Boomer's weapon with the Larry sticker of.
It looks like the River Rat Blades have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They have a full 12 on the field. They may leave 3 in reserve. Possibly. It's not required. So the Tier 3 medals did not happen last night. They're going to happen today. The Tier 3 tournament didn't wrap up until today. The Tier 1 medals for the men's 5 versus 5 did happen yesterday. After this round, we'll be doing some medals most likely, and then transitioning to the mass battles outside.
To the round of 12 3-12 fairway.
It looks like some of the River Rat Blades are holding back to not engage, to give it a fair start to the fight. Big sportsman-like, huge axe shot swinging in. A trade. Now it looks like everybody's engaged. Marshals are calling a hold. Looks like we have a hold over, maybe a strike. I didn't see what happened at the bottom. The fight back on. A big grab there in the middle. River Rat Blades on top right now, but still fighting back on the far side rail. Not out of it yet. A trade there near the red list. Not a good trade for Crimson Wrath because their numbers are lower. They're checking for a ratio, but I don't think the ratio has been achieved. It looks like 5 on 3. It appears to be 5 on 3. We have a 3 on 1 in the near side list with the River Rat Blades, a 2 on 1 in the far side corner with the River Rats, 2 on 1. Nope, one River Rat Blade sat down. It is 4-3. 4-3. Crimson Wrath still are in this fight. A big hit from behind. Can Crimson Wrath take advantage of that? Marshall's looking for a grip there. Although one Crimson Wrath was taken down, it is 4-2. 4-2, and that's the match. River Rat Blades taking the second round and the match. What a round. Great effort from both teams there. Crimson Wrath outnumbered, but still taking it all the way to the end. We've got medics checking out a couple of fighters. At the end of a long tournament like this, sometimes when a fighter is taken down, they may appear more injured than they are. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but sometimes just exhaustion at the end of a long fighting weekend can appear to be like a more serious injury for the moment. And we're going to hope that's all it is right now. We'll be having the medals here in just a moment, I believe. And then on to the mass battles. We'll be taking a break for just a moment and be right back with you.
The winner after confirmation is the River Rat Blades. We will be moving on once our medics have tended to this injured fighter. Please stay tuned. If you're feeling restless, once again, go see our fantastic vendors in the top 10. Yes, we are giving medals for women's five. I did not mean to exclude you. Do not beat me up, please. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we think of our fighters? We have spent 3 days. Someone find her a chair. What are you doing? As I was saying, we have spent 3 days in this arena. Absolutely having a blast. Fighting, loving, and just here causing some carnage. We're about to have medals ceremonies for women's open fives, women's fives, men's tier 2, men's tier 3, and women's 12s categories. We are not done after this medal ceremony. Don't think that if you leave now, the action's done. That's wrong. We have more combat happening. Do not leave. Without further ado, in the women's open fives category, receiving the bronze medal, Chaos Cryptids! Go get your shiny bit hop on. Well done, fighters. Go away. That's the photo spot. Find another one. Good enough. In the women's open fives, your second place silver medal recipients, Adidas Ride!
All right, and we're back for the medal ceremony here. It looks like we had the Plague, or the Rat Queens, I believe may have gotten bronze. We've got Athena's Wrath. Looks like they got silver.
Open fives. Your champions, receiving the gold medal, all ready to be the dance. It's the River Sirens!
And the River Sirens taking the women's open 5 versus 5. Gold medal. What a great tournament we've had all weekend long. Up next, let's see who is next. A couple of group photos for celebration.
The next category in our medal ceremony will be for the women's melee fives. In third place, receiving the bronze medal, the Crimson Tulips.
And for the women's fives, third place, Crimson Tulips from Canada. Glad to have international teams here and international competitors, as always. And those standard bearers out there having a big time. Up next, we'll have the silver medal presentation. Brandon, we are still working on the details of the mass battles, but they will be after the medal ceremony outside at the arena. It looks like there are quite a few fighters that are packing up, so we may not have full participation. I'm less convinced that we'll be making the world record this year, but hopefully we get some good mass battles in. And what you're seeing now is in the women's fives, the Mato taking silver. Hard work by those ladies out there. Lots of hard work by all these fighters out here. Hard fought, hard won. I didn't see a single bad fight all weekend. Not a single bad round all weekend. Lots of hard work for every competitor out there. No one looked like a novice to my eyes.
Well done, Mato. Makes me giggle every time. In first place for the women's 5v5 melee category, your gold medal champions, the Dallas Mythics!
And returning to the podium again this year for the women's 5v5 as gold is the Dallas Mythics. They always field a strong team, and showing it here again in 2026.
Go all the way down. Get your picture taken.
We still have the awards for the men's Tier 2 and Tier 3 coming up. I do see some fighters still in armor. Looks like they're ready to go for those mass battles, so I'm not giving up hope just yet. But that world record may be slipping from hope. What a great weekend of fighting we've had.
Well done, Mythics. Congratulations. Our next category is Tier 2, men's 5v5 melees. In third place, receiving the bronze medal, Kenya's Fire!
Kenya's Fire taking bronze in men's Tier 2.
Well done, gentlemen.
Kenya's Fire being the Tier 2 team of Kenya's USA. Kenya's USA took gold in men's fives Tier 1 yesterday in a round-robin style tournament.
Thank you, Kenya's Fire. Well done. In the men's Tier 2 division, second place received the silver medal. Give it up for Ordo Draconis!
And Ordo Draconis taking silver in men's Tier 2. Ordo Draconis has fought at Carnage for several years. We're glad to have him back and proud to see him on the podium this year. One of my other hopes is we can see a lot of the competitors that are down there for the photos for the podium medal ceremony. They're still in armor, though they've had time since their last bout to get out of it. Some of them are out, some of them are still in, so I have hope.
Well done, Ordo Draconis. For the men's Tier 2 division, your champions, gold medal recipients, from Tulsa Free Company!
And Tulsa Free Company taking gold in men's Tier 2. Great effort over there, lots of support in the chat for them. Hard hits ringing across the arena. I wasn't commenting on the yellow and purple list, but I know their shots were ringing out and drew attention several times. We hope you've enjoyed Carnage 2026, our 9th installment.
Good job, TFC. Enjoy those gold medals. You. Our next category will be men's Tier 3 melees. Receiving the bronze medal, third place, the Exiles!
And the Exiles showing up for bronze in men's Tier 3. And when I say showing up, that's not to say they didn't earn it. They earned it for certain. That flag there, if you happen to see, is related to the NASCAR great Dale Earnhardt Sr. It says, "Raising hell and praising Dale." The Intimidator. Lots of good competition in Tier 3. Glad we got to watch the finals on the red and blue list today. Lots of effort by all the teams, not just the ones to medal. I saw really great fights over there for our hometown team, the Palmetto Knights. Awesome Possums. Proud of you guys, as always.
In the men's Tier 3 division, your silver medal recipients, second place goes to Barbarians Ice!
Men's Tier 3 silver medal, Barbarians Ice. Great effort out there. Hard-fought wins. Helena, so the schedule and list of teams is posted on a combination of places. Some of them will be on the PalmettoKnights.com Carnage page, as well as linked in the chat at the top of the YouTube page that you can follow along with. Barbarian's ice reminds me of Smirnoff ice. Quite refreshing. Quite refreshing.
Well done, Barbarians. Silly guys, never time.
And up next, we'll have the presentation for men's Tier 3 Gold. Chat, you know who it is. You've been watching this morning.
Your gold medal recipients. Your champions. And they can't sit still. So I'm drawing it out on purpose. Give up for your champions, folks. Company of the Bear!
And Company of the Bear taking gold in men's Tier 3. Hard fought, well earned. Let's see those bear emojis in the chat if you're still here. There we go. A somewhat polarizing team, fighting grisly battles. What a great club. And I was recently updated. I've heard that one of those other sports that folks play. I heard that Cleveland had named a team after the Company of the Bear.
All our women fighters came together, formed teams, so they could cause absolute chaos out here on the links. It was a marvelous thing, and they deserve some medals for it. In third place, receiving the bronze medal, Crimson Wrath.
Crimson Wrath, bronze for women's 12s. Oh, come on, Joe. Just grin and bear it. Good work out there by all of the women's 12s teams. No easy fights for sure. I don't mean to be too hard on you, Joe. If these puns are too tough, we can always take a pause on them. Up next, we'll be presenting the silver medal for women's 12s.
silver medal recipients. In the women's 12 items, the River Rat Blades!
And the River Rat Blades, silver in women's 12v12. Bay, don't worry, I am coming up with a bear pun just for you. And there, Joel, our production supervisor here, is, I asked him to pan the camera around to show all of our fighters. No one can doubt the quality of these fighters at Carnage this year.
Oh, wow.
In the women's 12v12 category, your champions receiving
The gold medal, Mythic Mato!
And the Mythic Mato taking gold in women's 12s. Someone was asking about the mass battles. They are going to be up next, if possible. I still see plenty of people in armor, so hopefully we'll have those outdoors as soon as we can transition to the back side of the arena.
We have a couple of last-minute edition special awards that are to be given out to certain individuals.
And Joel hopping in the chat with a gold medal comment.
MVP is Johnny Porter.
The men's MVP award going, no question about it, to Johnny Porter.
Let's see Johnny.
Johnny Porter, a great combatant, great leader out there.
He didn't know he had to do things.
And a piece of armor is a highly historic gift for winners. Often they were gilded for the winners. So good to see that continuing now. Not only are they useful, but they're very pretty.
Another recognized fighter from the Women's Open. Make some noise for Maggie Ryder!
I didn't catch the name there, maybe Maggie. I didn't have good audio from the speaker down there. Those of you in chat, if you recognize the women's MVP, let us know. I think they said Maggie. And it looks like she got some padded chausses. That's a pretty nice prize.
I'm going to hand the mic over for some special Marshall recognition from Mr. Marshall himself. We have 2 awards for the Marshall presentation for the MVP in the training category of Marshalls. We have Jordan.
Up now, we have some awards for our marshals. Jordan receiving recognition for hard martial art work. And Dallas recognized as the Marshall MVP. And thanks, Chad, for letting us recognize Maggie Ryder as the women's MVP.
That concludes medal ceremonies, women's captains for 12. If I can get you to come up here, talk to our secretary. How's that? All fighters interested in mass battles. Suit up. Let's get ready to go. Oh, hold on, apparently I'm getting a group photo. Big group photo. Big group photo. I'm going to get beat up as a photographers now.
I'm wondering at this point if the mass battles may be happening inside if we don't have a large enough amount to go outside, so we're waiting to see how many competitors that we have. But we'd like to thank you again. We're not done yet. Well, we'd like to thank you again for joining us for Carolina Carnage 2026, our 9th time here at the T. Ed Garrison Arena. We've had a really great weekend of competition. The duels categories and outrits were on Friday. You can find the videos for that on the Palmetto Knights YouTube page. Yesterday's competition for the women's and women's open 5 versus 5, as well as the men's tier 1 5 versus 5. The entire tournament for them were yesterday. You can also find today's activity if you missed the earlier parts. The videos, of course, will be uploaded at the end of the stream, so you can watch back and see your favorite moments and find anything you may have missed. I'd like to take this time to thank again our wonderful sponsors for this event. Sparta Training Equipment, providing wonderful sparring equipment to keep our fighters safe during training and to reduce the wear and tear on our heavier equipment. Go Hurt Medieval, with lots of clothes, boots, accoutrement, armor, and weapons, much more for all your fighting needs. Age of Craft back again this year. Thank you so much for sponsoring this event and the sport overall, making it happen for many of us. American Bow Art, we're glad you're here for the first time and can't wait to have you back next year. I look forward to trying out some of your weapons myself. Genuinely interested in seeing how that goes. I'd also like to thank the Anderson County, South Carolina, for giving Carolina Carnage a home here in Pendleton at the T. Ed Garrison Arena, and for Clemson University for having us back, as always. Big shout out to all of our support crew. We've got a wonderful team outside that have been working under cover, but not cover from the wind, at the blacksmithing booth, repairing these fighters' armor, keeping them on the field, and making sure that they can be out here to give you a good show. Our hospitality folks have done a great job keeping our fighters watered and fed, ready to continue competing. We had a huge list field staff making sure the list field was safe and attended to, from everything from the gates opening to the quick infield repairs. Also, our just wonderful marshal staff. I can't really express how great this marshal staff has been this year. It is a huge core of volunteers making this happen. We try to help them out as best we can monetarily, getting here and putting in the hard work. But also, I'm happy to see that the fighters have been very respectful to our officiants, which is not always the case in some other sports. Other sports, they really kind of tear into those officiants, but here it's a much more respected position, and as well it should be. Our scorekeepers, our timekeepers, our authenticity staff, all the work that goes into it before the day even starts on Thursday, and the setup that goes into it, all the hard work that the fighters put into it to train, armor up, get out here and get on the field. A big shout out to every fighter brave enough to armor up and get out there and compete. From the duels all the way through to these mass battles, it's got to be a tough challenge for some of these folks to travel all the way across the country or even international borders to join us here at Carnage, and we're so glad that they did. And we're glad that you joined us here this weekend. A big shout out as well to the production staff up here, Joel and Greg, also the fabulous Evan Ringo for being up here, making this happen. Thank you so much for being with us. Don't go away. We still have mass battles coming up. We'll bring you those details as quick as we can, but this is the stream, this one right here to watch, to see those mass battles very soon. We'll be right back with you in just a few moments.
The carnage is not over yet. Thank you, Marshall. Truly, we literally could not do it without you. Thanks for keeping the fighters in line.
All right, we're back at the moment, still waiting on the final updates on the time for the start of the mass battle. It'll be soon. I am speculating here. This is speculation, but I believe they may be occurring indoors in the red and blue list. My reasoning for that is because we have all the marshals crowded around there. We have some markers that I believe are going to be used for that battle, and no one has started to tear down the list. This is such a process to get it teared down, packed away, and moved that they would be starting that right away if we were done with it. So my speculation right now is that we're going to be having these battles indoors, which means it'll be a little bit easier to broadcast them to you. Some folks have brought up in the chat, you're absolutely right. I forgot to mention the medics. The medics have done so much work this year. From our main medic, Glenn, to the many more. Our medic corps has grown so large, I don't know all of them to thank them by name. So I'll thank them as a group, the incredible medics we've had all weekend taking care of these fighters. Normally, I'm pulled away from the booth to go help out eventually due to injuries, but we've had so many, no one's asked for my help, and I think that's a good thing. So we're glad to have them here, and you're right to remind me of that. Thank you very much. We're glad you enjoyed the commentary. I was very happy to have the fabulous Evan Ringo up here with me yesterday for the commentary. He brought so much to the live stream, and I hope he comes back next year. I see him down there on the field, maybe looking to get some interviews from folks. He is a great, great person, a great competitor. We got in a fight a few years ago here, and maybe next year, maybe fingers crossed, I'd love to be back competing in the duels next year, so we'll see what happens. But Evan and I were discussing yesterday the possibility of having him come out of retirement briefly for a special fight for he and I. So we'll see if we can make that happen for you next year. For now, I would like to make sure that I thank Joel over here. I can't turn the camera. I'm too afraid of him to touch his camera equipment. But there he goes. There's the man right there making this production happen. Also on the other side, Greg, who's working hard to pack up right now, making sure that we got you the yellow and purple list. He was also on commentary over there, basically by himself all day yesterday. So if you missed the dulcet tones and the experience of that great man, make sure to check out that list from yesterday and today as well. And thank you for being with us still through all of this. And I'm going to go ahead and kind of lock that in, that it looks like for sure these mass battles are going to be inside. I don't see any movement outside. I see folks still armoring up inside, everyone located in here.
Result begin at 1:30, approximately 25 minutes from now.
We are getting an update now. We are getting an update now from the floor. We are going to take a 25-minute break, 25-5 at 1:30 Eastern Time, local here in Pendleton. We'll be picking up the mass battles indoors at the T. Ed Garrison Arena. So take a break if you need to, grab some snacks and popcorn. The mass battles are occurring at 1:30, 25 minutes from now. We'll see you in just a bit.
30 captains, report to the list. Larry needs to see you. Mass battle captains. If you have sought the services of the Armorers this weekend, make sure you tip them, show them some love. They've kept you held together. Last call for Armorers before they pack up for the day. marshals, oh, the marshals, are discussing how best to maintain as much safety and regulation in such a massive amount of chaos. Every marshal that we have had in every list all weekend is on deck to help these fighters stay on the straight and narrow. The only question that I have is, are you ready? Fighters, your people demand.
And we're back. So these are going to be the mass battles, getting as many fighters in here as we can. Right now it looks like the original estimate was about 70 total fighters, but it looks like we're going to have more than that in here. We have previously in this list field doing the 30-30s for training for previous world championships, so we know it can handle it. Now we're trying to determine how many people we're going to get on the field at once. It looks like we may have enough for 3 30s teams. I'm not sure exactly how they're organizing it. We're going to find out as we go. At the blue gate, they're still just pouring in. So quickly, send this link out to everybody you think might be interested. There's not many opportunities to see this large of a battle occurring. If they want to watch it live with you, they'll need to see it now. You'll see a variety of different weapons out there. Lots of pole axes on the field, lots of longer ones and more exotic ones than we saw in the fives tournament. We'll see a few folks just out there carrying the flag of their team. That's a nice fun bit to the larger mass battles.
Their fellow fighters. Prepare the most chaotic bouts of the weekend.
Love you, brother. And they're all wiggling around down there. It's hard even to get a good count. It looks like 40-ish on the blue side. And closer to the 30-35 mark on the red side. All the marshals, eyes on this bout. They won't be inside long. They'll be diving out quickly to allow these fighters to go into the meat grinder. I have no idea who is on which team right now, and I'll give you the best call I can, but some of them are not in the tabards that they fought in for the 5 versus 5 tournaments. Like I see DeAndre Cyrus down there in the Knights of Wakanda tabard, rather than what he fought in at the tournament. So this may be a little hard to identify, but I see the company of the Pale Horse on the red side. I see Vagabonds or Vagabonds Errant on the red side. On the blue side, I see our hometown boys, the Palmetto Knights, Awesome Possums. I see some Plague Rats on the blue side as well. And I see Exiles on the blue side. I believe that the teams were basically just decided a few minutes ago at the beginning of the break. I see some alternates on the blue side that look like they're maybe, what might be a Mato banner over there, because the ladies will be fighting in at times as well.
It has been confirmed. Each side will be fielding 30 fighters.
Well, I hope they do a good check, because I think blue's a little heavy today. We'll see.
There are reserves on the outskirts of both gates. Fresh fighters ready to substitute and reinforce their size.
So we will not be going for the world record today.
All fighters, regardless of their talents, of their teams, have been given either a red or blue sash to signify which side they represent.
Several of the combatants are Tier 2 teams. I didn't call any of the Tier 2 matches, so I don't recognize all of their tabards as much. This is going to be a meat grinder, folks. Well, goodness gracious, Joel, it's been all day and I haven't yet told an old man story on the stream. But I tell you, just one side of this list field, like that's almost as many between that team and their alternates. That's as many fighters as we had at the first Carnage. And now, altogether, this is going to be less than half of the competitors here this weekend. Yeah, Wyatt, I'm not sure that no matter how good the owl is, how quality, how superb the owl is, I don't think it can compete to this. WT, glad you're joining us for your first time. This is Bohurt. You can find more information at bohurtinternational.com, at palmettoknights.com as well. Palmetto Knights is my team. We are the local team for the upstate of South Carolina.
The marshals take their positions.
Those marshals making their way out. We know this is going to be violent. And let me tell you, y'all on the live stream better be glad we have these cameras so high up in the air, because it's not going to be long before the folks in this arena are on their feet. Generally, how these work is they'll fight until the end, or the ratio of 3-to-1 is reached, ending the battle, cycling in, and these battles will continue until not enough combatants want to compete or we run out of time for the day. Here we go. Usually in the larger battles, because the lines are so clustered, the front rake will work to defend while the pole arms work to soften up the other side. Very different than the mobility of the 5-on-5s. And you'll see there, a pole armman pulled one of the blue team in, breaking the ranks, and now we have the scrum breaking loose on the far side of the field. The line's still holding on this side. That standard bearer from the blue side pushing through, proud of his flag. Fighters are out of competition when they hit the ground. So when they fall, they stay where they are. Looks like several blue down, a couple of red down I'm seeing. A bit of a mosh pit breaking open in the middle, but there's fighting in the backfield on the red side. Just one blue fighter, though. Looks like they're about to take him down. Marshall stepping in. A large pile of blue down on the back of their line. Red is working to flank around on the far side. They're going to collapse that hammer in on the anvil and put a hurting on blue if they don't cover their backfield. Blue is advancing along the near side. They need to retract a little bit before they get crushed against the barrier. More red working into the blue backfield. You'll see on the left side of your screen. Marshall's calling a hold. Marshall's calling a hold. This is likely a safety check. There's not enough of a ratio right now to stop the fight. We've got one of our head marshals sitting a fighter down. Can't tell if that's an armor issue or something else. It looks like it may be an armor issue. When marshals call a hold, fighters need to stay where they're at unless there's a safety concern.
Hold! Hold! Do not move.
Marshals coming in, maybe clearing out some of the fallen fighters for safety reasons. We have a medic working on the far side. There's probably going to be a short delay while we check on them. We're glad you're here, still with us on day 3 of Carolina Carnage. We had 11 hours of hard competition yesterday and plenty on Friday as well. You'll see there in the middle, Head Marshal.
Ready, fighters. Fight!
Let the carnage continue. A big push in the center. Blue working the way into the backfield. That can be useful, but it's quickly outnumbered. Hard poleaxe shots raining down in from red. Blue's holding the near side of the field very well, but red is tearing them apart on the far side. Hard poleaxe shots. Now, if one of these axes break or a weapon is dropped, they can return back to their own gate side to retrieve a secondary if they don't carry a secondary of their own. A bit of a stalemate at the moment. Red still has the advantage. Red pushing through into the backfield. He goes down, but it looks like he took 2 with him. Now Red pulsing into the backfield, getting behind to shove some of these opponents down, but tripping with them. Red still with the advantage. Blue not out of it yet. The marshals will stop it when either one team loses all their fighters or when there's a 3-to-1 or greater ratio. Marshals calling a hold. It looks like it may be 3-to-1. A 3-to-1. They're doing a count. With this many fighters on the field, it's hard to keep a good eye on the numbers as quick as the action goes. Medics look like they're still tending to one of those fighters. Maybe a knee issue. Looks like one of the Rat Queens. One of the female Playgrad fighters. Marshall's verifying the count, not wanting to stop it early.
Like with all other forms of melee in this sport, whether it's 5s, 12s, or 30s, if a team has a 3-1 lead, the match stops and the team with the lead wins.
Marshals are calling the bout at 3-1. That's okay. That doesn't end anything any sooner other than this bout. The fighters will rise, reorganize, substitute out, and then continue on from there. The red team takes the first victory. We're so glad you're still joining us here for day 3 of Carolina Carnage. This is the last segment of the day, our mass battles. All the fighters still willing and capable to compete are going to be out here putting on the final wrap-up show for you. Earlier this weekend, we had the duels, or one-on-one competition, if you may be new to the sport. Also, the outrance fights, which is basically armored MMA. That includes ground fighting. Then we had the 5-on-5 tournament, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 for the men. A women's open 5, as well as the women's 12s.
No wrapping your arms around an opponent's head or neck to throw them to the ground. That move is not equal. It is the 30-30 format.
One of the rule modifications for this large format, you may have heard the floor announcer mention it, is that during the 30-on-30, no head rips are allowed. A head rip is where you put a weapon, typically an axe or mace, across your opponent's helmet and try to manipulate them to the ground with pressure on their head. The reason it is not allowed is because one of the most dangerous things that can happen in the sport is for a helmet to get ripped off. If a helmet comes off in the 30s, there's no guarantee you can stop the axis swinging around you. So to minimize the likelihood of a helmet coming off, not only are the helmets checked and double checked for retention straps, but also they're not allowed to manipulate the helmet with the weapons for a takedown. I think that's what we saw early on in that first round in the corner, was Marshall stepping in to say, get off the head. We cannot do head rips in the 30s. So this is going to be strikes and trips primarily. In a 5 versus 5, I have witnessed marshals throwing themselves on a fighter whose helmet has come off to protect that fighter's head. That is just not possible in the 12, or in the 30s. We hope you're enjoying the 30 versus 30 mass battles today. Let us know where you're watching from. Yesterday we had a big international crowd. Today a little bit less from the international side of things. Any locals from South Carolina watching today? Anyone in the arena that is listening to commentary as you watch it live? Give us a shout out in the chat. Medic still tending to that down fighter on the red side. It looks like she may have injured her knee a bit. Mr. Soul Bob, thanks for cheering Dauntless from Tennessee. George, thanks for being here all the way from Minnesota. William, representing Vegas. Pumpkin, thanks for joining us here locally from Clemson. Terry, cheering from Kennesaw. Glad to have you. Greg, good to see you, sir. Thanks for representing Nebraska. Charles, thanks for cheering on from North Carolina. This is a great area of the country to be a fan. Jared, thanks for cheering on the Headsman from Massachusetts. Jessica from Michigan. Wyatt, back from Idaho. We had a huge crowd from Idaho yesterday, as well as Montana. Well, Joe, we appreciate you cheering from Utah. I think there was a watch party going on yesterday. Were you a part of that? Mara, the current teams are just conglomerations of who's left to fight. This is a mass group. Right now, we're just calling it red versus blue. Portland Reavers, glad to see you here from Maine. Hopefully you can join us at the tournament next year. Brutal Fisher, thanks for cheering from Utah. Tennessee in the chat. Quebec, there we go. Glad to have you. More North Carolina and Vegas here. More Minnesota. Glad to have you. Karen, thanks for cheering on the Possums from Chapin. Jane, absolutely. Marshals get the best seat in the house, but it's hard work. Very rewarding, though. Jonathan, thanks for cheering from Gainesville. Glad to have you. Love to have you in person next year if you can. Steven or Stefan, thanks for cheering from Oklahoma City. Terry, I think the closest we had to a Boher halftime show was a series of bear puns earlier today.
People, are you ready?
Ruben, thanks for cheering from Northern Virginia. And more Alex, thanks for being here from Massachusetts. We're getting ready for round 2. Josanne, glad to have you here from Massachusetts as well. Here we go, round 2. Formed a line, and the axes go to work. Watch for these pole axes to grab an opponent and pull them into the line. There we go. We see a blue fighter pulled across by a pole axe and then bashed like little bunny foo-foo. Hard hits in the back, but not going down yet. Taking hits from 4 fighters, and now a knee. 1 blue down, and the scrum in the middle. 1 red working toward the back, starting to defeat that blue line. A blue fighter running back to get a replacement weapon. A hold called. Looks like it may be a gauntlet or an elbow. Looks like a gauntlet, so that fighter is going to be down. Not sure. Yeah, okay. I think not sure what he was going to do. Maybe loan a piece of equipment, but he's out. And we're back at it. There's still 1 red team fighter in the backfield, distracting 3 of the blue. Hard strikes in the middle. Red stepping out to kick at the line, but blue's pushing them further back. There's a hold call. It is hard. It's hard to hear inside these helmets. It's hard to hear inside these helmets with all the clatter going on and all the padding. Marshall's checking fighters, making sure arm and shoulder armor is still in place. These axe shots will rain down in big. And we're back at it. Red pushing into Blue's backfield. And when they make that turn and come back and attack the front line from behind, it's a devastating check. Still looking pretty even. Red with a small advantage. A Blue fighter in the corner and just getting waylaid. It looks like most fighters are remembering the no head rip rule. More marshals watching for those illegal maneuvers. More Blue down in the backfield. Red definitely has the advantage at the moment. Action is still on. Marshall sat one fighter down but did not call a hold.
It's advantage red as they push the advance. Hold! Please do not move.
Marshall's calling a local. Jonathan, I'm not sure what you mean. I haven't been yawning too much into the action. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, man. Thank you. We've got some tech crew up here that are trying to break down because we have to make a quick exit out of the arena once the fight is over. So there may have been some background noise there. Apologize about that if that was the case. But they're working hard, making sure this stream happened well and gets backed up clean.
Do not move.
This is a tough job for the marshals. And they're doing a great job this weekend. Red with a distinct advantage, but those are some stout fighters on the Blue side. We're almost like we're getting close to the ratio mark. Might not hurt to have a count, a tentative count. Well, we really do appreciate you being here as part of the chat. Our hope with the live stream is not just to document it for later tape review, but also to make the sport accessible to folks that can't make it here this weekend. Of course, we'd love to have you all here, but if you can't, we're more than happy to have you on the live stream. And there we have the push. Red pushing Blue all the way back to their line. And I believe we're at ratio now. It looks like we are. Marshall's probably going to count soon. Although it looks like we may have had a gauntlet or a helmet as well.
Please do not move, fighters.
However, they are going to do a count whether or not there was a piece of armor off. It very much looks like they're going to call the ratio. Remember, if it's 3-1 or more, and I'm only counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, maybe 6 blue fighters up.
And red takes the match.
Red takes the match. But that's not the end. We'll get substitutions and continue fighting as long as we have folks willing. While we have a short break, make sure you copy the link, share it out, put it on social media, or find somebody you haven't messaged in a while.
Prepare your armor, drink some water. 10 minutes and call you back in for those who want to keep fighting.
Okay, it sounds like we're going to have a 10-minute break.
At 14:10, we will start the fight again. Get some water, get some rest.
So, Jonathan, for the 30 versus 30 substitution rules, I honestly couldn't tell you. For the 5 versus 5, the 5-person team is allowed up to 8 members, and 3 can substitute out between each round. For the 12s, I believe they're allowed 5 to substitute. But then with the 30s, it's just dividing up as best they can and swapping folks out to keep 30 on the field. I'm not sure there's a hard and fast rule, especially because this is not a ranked 30s competition. With this, this is all for the love of the game, for the joy of the sport. And many of the fighters that have been here all weekend want to get just a bit more fighting in, and we hope you're enjoying it out there. Not exactly sure what that substitution rule is, but we'll see if we can get an answer for you. We hope you're enjoying Carolina Carnage 2026. We are live from Clemson University at the T. Ed Garrison Livestock Arena in Pendleton, South Carolina. We'll take a moment to thank our sponsors. They've been flashing on the screen, but we can't thank them enough. We've got Sparta Training Equipment, Go Hurt Medieval, Age of Craft, and American Bow Hurt. Also, we really appreciate the support of Anderson County helping to make this event happen and giving us a home here at Clemson University's T. Ed Garrison Arena. If you've been enjoying the stream this weekend, make sure you let us know. You can comment on the Palmetto Knights Facebook page as well to let us know your thoughts on the stream, what you enjoyed the most, your favorite team, your favorite fighter, your favorite day of competition, what we can do to make it a better experience for you. If you're looking for some of the documents that relate to the sport, or for the event today, you can go to palmettoknights.com and go to the scheduling page for Carolina Carnage. There'll be some documents in there as well as linked in the description of this video. Earlier today, we also had a second stream for the yellow and purple list. Yesterday, we had a yellow and purple list running the men's tier 2 and tier 3, 5 versus 5 teams, and also more duels and outros on Friday's stream. So make sure you check out all that was presented for you this weekend. We hope you enjoy it all. Myself, I'm a duelist, so I'm going to go back and watch some of the duels that I missed. For sure. I missed all of the tier 2 5 versus 5 men's competition, so I'm going to have to catch up on that later as well. I'll join you in that. Make sure to leave a few comments. If we can, we'll try to get you a nice panning shot of the arena to see what all goes into this. You're going to see the list field staff, the medics running around in red, orange coolers to hydrate our fighters. The ones you can't see are outside, the blacksmiths. Up there in the far corner, you'll see the ticket staff and merch staff, all the support staff for our fighters, hospitality in the back corner. Now that far side set of stands, it looks a bit empty, but that's because all of those fans transitioned over to the near side so they could get a better view of the red and blue list, since that's where the big battle is happening now. Terry, I got to agree with you. Age of Craft, it's good stuff. I've had some of their armor for years and keep doing it. So, WT with the women, they do 5 versus 5, they do 12 versus 12s, but they are mixed in with the 30 versus 30 today. So women are on the field fighting with the guys in the mass battles. Jara, I agree. Ringo was a great addition to the broadcast team, and I hope he's back next year. So in the intervening time, I heard some tinging going on over there. That's probably not Listfield tearing down. That's folks trying to do a field side repair so they can get back out there and battle. Keep in mind, lots of these fighters have traveled in from thousands of miles away to be here. Usually that is at great cost to themselves. Our sponsors, it tends to sponsor the winners of the event, not necessarily the travel. We try to keep the sport accessible to everyone, so the ticket prices are reasonable for folks that are local and are able to view us here in person. But it's nice to make back the expenses of a big event like this. Jane, absolutely. And my biggest recommendation is to find teams near you. There's no replacement for finding experienced people that you can have direct communication with. And to find that, you can say out in here where you're at, and folks may be able to tell you. In addition to that, you can go to Bohurt International and look for the club finder. I believe Medieval Combat USA also has a club finder, and PalmettoKnights.com does as well. Help you find the local team, whatever you're interested in, from support, marshalling, fighting, duels, melee. You'll find folks that help you get started on your Bohurt journey. If you're talking about newbie fighter stuff, my recommendation is to find a group to work with, and in the meantime, start working on your cardio. For the fighters that come to my practice, the first thing I work on with them before endurance, before cardio, is absolutely work on your breathing. People will hold their breath as they fight. People will hold their breath as they strike or receive strikes. And the number one thing to do is to remember to breathe. One of the reasons you hear boxers in the ring, they'll breathe out when they strike. Well, Travis, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, and I'm enjoying being here with you. Some other advice out there, if you don't have as many folks local, there are some other sword sports available that can be a stepping stone into Bohurt. Myself, I started with the Society for Creative Anachronism and continue to fight with them sporadically. We have had folks that started in foam-based LARPs, Dagahir and otherwise, and they decided that they wanted a more aggressive level of competition. Nothing against the LARPing side of things. It can be a whole lot of fun, but folks that want the aggression, that want the meat grinder, they usually make their way over. But sword sports is what we're here for. We just think this is the best version of it. And all of them are better than the ones that use the leather-wrapped balls, I think. So for guided pel work, one of the best processes, first is make sure you have a pel that will move. Make sure you have a pel that will move. I have seen way too many times over the past 20 years people striking a hard mounted pel. Imagine hitting a telephone pole or a tree over and over and over, and what's going to happen is that force is going to reverberate back into your joints over and over again. One of my favorite types of pels that I've seen is a sand-filled piece of fire hose that's bolted at the top and bottom so it doesn't lose the sand, and is hung from, say, like a heavy bag stand. That will allow it to move. I've also used tire-based pels. As long as they're freely mobile, they're good. I've used ones that have a stand on the bottom, and they kind of fall over when you hit them really, really hard. But hanging ones usually work pretty well. But get a mobile one. Don't let that come back into your joint thousands and thousands of times as you're practicing. I think it's better to practice without a pel than with an immobile pel. When practicing, even without a pel, you can do that and practice your breath, breathing out on each strike. And Mrs. Lady Epic Name, I completely agree. High intensity interval training is a great way to start. Travis, absolutely. Rolled carpet does well. The only downside I have found to rolled carpet is it can mildew very quickly. And Joe, I agree, hanging those ropes like that with a weight at the bottom would be wonderful. That's a good mobile Pel.
The forces of red and blue.
With the high intensity interval training, the great part of that is that you're working not only your endurance, but you're getting a chance to work on your maximum output. At my practice, we start out with a warm-up and a little bit of conversation, make sure we're updated on the events that we have going on. And then we get out and do some high intensity interval cardio. We do a walking warm-up, then a jogging, then a walk, jog, run, sprint, interval, walk, jog, run, sprint to get the heart rate up, to get you to maximum effort. If all you do is just jog, you'll never build speed, but you will build endurance. However, the intervals allowing you to sprint for a portion of that time will peak your heart rate out and let you practice speed, but still getting a good workout in. Absolutely, Josanne. Tabata are great endurance training as well. One of the things I cannot stress enough is make sure that you take care of your joints. Rotator cuff exercises are very important to maintaining the health of your shoulders. Lots of people focus too much on the big power muscles, like the pectoralis major, minor, even the deltoids to a certain extent, trapezius and lats, but they neglect the rotator cuff muscles and end up with shoulder damage in the long term. Those rotator cuff muscles are very much like lug nuts holding the wheel on a drag racer. You can have a strong engine, but without your lug nuts tight, you're not going to be able to transmit the power from the drive shaft to the wheels and be fast and strong. With your rotator cuff, you keep it nice and healthy, nice and toned. It doesn't have to be super strong, but healthy and toned, and you will be able to hold that shoulder in place as the big power muscles do their work. It doesn't take a lot of equipment to be in the sport, just to train. It takes a lot of equipment to fight when you're talking about a suit of armor and the weapons. But to get out there and start training, I was having a conversation with Chubbs earlier today. Chubbs is here for the first time watching this sport. If you're in the chat, Chubbs, let us know. Glad to have you here. Well, he was asking, what do you need to start? And I told him a cup and a bottle of water, a good set of sweatpants and a hoodie, and that'll get you started for the day, because a lot of what we do at first is that workout and then some training for basics. When you get to begin training, you need padded equipment. And with that, I need to make sure I mention Sparta training equipment, making wonderful padded equipment to keep you safe. The top end fighters in the world use padded equipment to save the wear and tear on their joints, on their armor, and on their metal equipment. So padded equipment is usually the first equipment you need. Also, for the guys, I can't stress this enough, get a Nutty Buddy. I'm not sponsored, they're not sponsoring us here. I make no money, no affiliate links. The best groin protection for a male, in my opinion, is a Nutty Buddy. You need to buy it directly from the company. Their jock strap and compression shorts are not necessary to buy from them, but their design of groin protection is just on a completely different level. You can find videos on YouTube for Sports Science Nutty Buddy, and you'll see what I mean by that. Those videos are several years old, but they make a point. I have been hit in the groin with kicks and knees and wooden swords and metal swords. With everything else, it was painful. Sometimes I wanted to quit. With a Nutty Buddy, I literally laugh it off and keep fighting. And here we go. Blue not wasting any time. They're not forming lines right now. They're just punching right through. If you were looking for line versus line tactics, I think you're missing it. I think blue needs to realize that. They've got some pole axes lined up trying to make a line, but they've got fighters in the backfield getting waylaid. They need to push through and support their fighters. We've got a broken axe. I saw a half go flying. A lot of red fighters down this time, a few blue. Blue punching into the backfield looks to have worked this time. I'm seeing more red down than blue, I think. More broken weapons I'm seeing on the field. A hard hit from behind. Another one! Although a beautiful hit, but it took two and gave two. These fighters need to remember there are no head rips in the 30s. Head rips are not allowed in the 30s because the risk of a helmet coming off without a marshal right there to stop it. Blue has the advantage, but right now there are several blue fighters that can't get a blade in the bout because of the line. It looks like red has emptied out their backfield of blue fighters.
Do not move.
It looks like there was a weapon swap out from a broken, it looks like an axe head either came off or broke itself. Most likely the half broke.
Red team has captured the blue flag apparently.
Hard pole arm shots in the middle. You're going to see red using the tactic before of trying to grab a hold of a blue fighter and pull him into the line, but blue not taking it. They're pushing in with him. There's some red in the backfield looking to do some damage. Now the lines are fully broken, breaking out into small battles. Fighters tripping in the right side. A big hit from blue, another from behind, another. Blue in the backfield is really tearing it up. The massive... There's a fighter that lost the gauntlet. It looks like he's trying to recover it in the middle of the field. That's good. Chad, I gotta ask you, are you not entertained?
Ready, fight!
And the fight's back on. Red moving to try and reestablish their line. Outnumbered, they're gonna have to work to take folks down. Oh, a big hit from behind, a trade. I believe that fighter may have been down. That Vagabond may have been down. No marshal calling it. That may have been a legal drop, however. Oh, a grab from behind. Just a mass of bodies in the back. Blue still with the advantage, but red pushing back. And that's the bout. Blue taking this round on ratio. Oh no, Jared here, a broken thumb. Who was it? We'll give him a shout out.
Victory, blue team!
I absolutely have to second what Sir Lord Epic Name says new fighters shouldn't worry about buying armor. It's perfectly fine to go look at it and see what you like the looks of. But there are so many factors that go into purchasing armor that you just don't know until you get a chance to see it in person, to feel it, to determine what's going to work for you, determine what aspects of the sport you want to be involved in. Well, I hope Ivan is all right. Broken thumbs are no bueno. For fighters that are looking to get armor, they need to get to a practice much sooner than they start buying armor. Armor can be expensive, and if you buy the wrong stuff, if you buy costume armor that you see on Amazon, now don't get me wrong, I have bought armor from Amazon, but buying some armor from Amazon, if you don't know its source, is not necessarily guaranteed to protect you. Just because the Amazon listing says combat grade does not mean it will stand up to this sport. It's perfectly fine to look at armor. I love armor. I build armor. I have fun with armor. But don't go buying it for the sport until you get into the sport for a while. If you want to focus on duels and pro fights like I do, then your armor choices are going to be very different than if you're into the mass battles. And if you're into the mass battles and mainly the 5-on-5, your armor choice may be a little lighter than if you're in the 30s. So a lot of it depends on what you're going to be doing within the sport. The same thing goes for weapons. Weapons are expensive and consumable. Armor is consumable as well, but over a longer period. You'll notice that a lot of these fighters out here with axes, it's not just because it's effective on the field. It's because
we got it on the ground. Everybody please do a contact like yourself.
I don't know if you could hear that announcement from the floor. Larry has mentioned, check your cups. There's a lost cup, lost cod piece on the ground. That's not a piece of armor you want to be missing.
Where is the missing cup?
Now, I have bought gambesons from there. Also, I bought quite a bit of equipment from Cult of Athena. Cult of Athena can be very good at importing a lot of our equipment so that we know we're going to get it sooner. I've bought Age of Craft equipment through Cult of Athena so that I know it's already in the States and ready to ship. Benjamin, no, I generally don't sell armor. That is not a very solid business in the United States unless you're doing high-level stuff and have a lot of output. When I have sold armor in the past, it's just been on a already made in-stock basis if I make 5 pieces and then sell a few. Right now, however, the Palmetto Knights has some used equipment for sale quite a bit. A lot of it was sold here this weekend. But we have some used equipment for sale. We're calling it Crazy Larry's Armor Emporium. You can contact Palmetto Knights and see if they have, through Facebook, and see if they have a list of the items we have left after this weekend if you're looking for some used equipment. That shout out to Cult of Athena is a personal recommendation, but if anyone from Cult of Athena is watching, please consider sponsoring us again next year. We have very much enjoyed your sponsorship in the past. I still wear your t-shirt that you gave me at Dragon Con a few years ago. I wear it proudly and still purchase from you. If folks are interested, I think one of my joys in my medieval studies isn't just the fighting, it is the armor itself. So if you're interested in making it, there are some pieces you can make yourself without too many tools and effort. In the early days of the sport, a lot of fighters were making their own because it wasn't commercially available. And splinted armor, it's fairly simple to make. It can be made with regular old hand tools, nothing too specific, nothing welded necessary. The skills you need are some hand shears. You can even buy an electronic shear at places like Harbor Freight to cut metal into strips. smooth the edges down, form them with a rounded hammer, and use a piece of tree trunk as your dishing form. I spent a bunch of money buying metal dishing forms, and they're good for consistency, but they're very expensive. You can make one out of a trunk of a tree. That's the medieval way of doing it. Joe, I've made some padded armor before. I'm not the best when it comes to a sewing machine, but I can say that it is nice to have the ability to make sure it's perfectly fitted. Even good measurements can sometimes show up 3 or 6 months later fitting a little funny. But I've enjoyed making padded armor, padded weapons, steel armor, stainless steel armor. I'm currently fighting in a pair of titanium arms that I purchased. I like them for duels, but we're going to see how it works long term. One of the challenges for me personally is making weapons because I'm primarily a duelist. We need arming swords and long swords, and those are very difficult to make in high quality with precision. Axes, we've had some folks make axes and we've had some folks make maces locally, but those aren't used in the duels. They can be used in the pro fights. So axe heads and maces are much easier to make at home than a sword, but maybe we'll get there one day. However, I am going to have to check out American Bowhurt, one of our sponsors for this weekend. If they can provide high quality weapons in the United States and make it to where I don't have to spend money practicing and failing making my own swords, I'll be buying from them. I do have swords from Age of Craft that I bought through Cult of Athena, and they are very good. But swords are consumable. Sir Lord Epic Name, no, I don't have a YouTube channel that I use for making armor, but there are some really great ones out there. There's one, I believe it was Wombat Knight. It may be Wombat Knight. Anybody in the chat that knows can check. I think it's Wombat Knight, has a lot of information about beginning. Here we go, a big charge in the center. Blue knocking through, pushing the line back. That first fighter through, still standing. Hard pushes in the center. Big axe swings. These fighters not saving anything for the drive home. Still looking pretty even. A couple blue, couple red down. Couple more red down I'm seeing. Folks rolling out of the list. Maybe a gauntlet loss. The most common piece of armor I've seen lost all weekend are gauntlets going down and then knees and shoulders breaking straps. I see a broken axe laying in the middle of the field. More weapons going down here. Luckily, the halves are fairly easy to replace. Oh, big axe shots raining down. The axeman and the falchion dueling off in the middle of the ring. Another big axe hit. There's a blue fighter in the background, down now. It looks like red may have the advantage at the moment, but blue has him pinned in. Oh, some big hits coming in on that Palmetto Knights fighter. I believe that's Yidrik over there. Stay strong, Yidrik. A hold call. A hold was called. They're probably doing a count, but it looks like there's also an armor failure. Or maybe they're standing. Oh, they're standing. I think that's Yidrik. They're standing back up. There may have been a head rip involved. Remember, head rips are not allowed in 30-30s. Oh, go. That PK Possum just taking a beating and not laying down. They had to earn that one. Good job over there, brother. Red still with the advantage. Blue still has enough numbers that they can bring this back. Red in the backfield. This is dangerous from Blue. Getting blindsided. Another Blue down. Local hold called. I think that last fighter that fell after the hold, I think he's just ready to rest. It's been interesting to see some of the evolutions of the sport. Most of the shields you see on the field now are smaller punch shields or bucklers. Back in the day, the shields were larger and heavier, some fighting with much bigger shields, kites and heaters, but those become easy to grapple onto for folks trying to pull you across the line. The most important.
Get ready. Fight.
And we're back at it here. The count good enough. That Blue fighter running across the field, taking shots to the gauntlet, trying to get a weapon, not able to do so. Sound check, sound check. Do we have our audio back? All right, I think we're back up now, folks. Thanks for letting us know. If you missed my last comment, it was about the first thing you need to get in the sport is friends, someone to train with, someone to work with. While you can do some high-intensity interval training on your own, you can do some sword training by yourself on the own. You definitely need people to train with and to give you advice on how the sport works, let you experiment and see what you're interested in. It looks like we have a broken pole arm yard sale occurring. Well, thank you, Benjamin. We're glad to be back with you.
You're not done yet. People, what do you think of these mass battles? I could not agree more. This action is insane.
I think it was Wombat Night. There's some beginning fighter advice. I believe the channel is Wombat Night. The Palmetto Nights channel, however, if you go into the playlist and in the archives, we have lots of information in there about drills, about training, about armoring. It's not quite as structured maybe as someone running a professional full-time channel, but this is still a growing sport with a lot of the competitors still making their own equipment, the staff, many being competitors. Next to me now, one of our incredible live stream staff, Greg. He's a competitor as well. Fought on the Team USA a couple of times. Is that right, Greg? Just once?
Ignore. Second time there was a Team USA.
Okay. Glad to have him up here in the booth as always. Maybe it's Woodchuck night.
Oh yeah, but dummy. Probably an extra power cable that I left. Okay, it's just a machine cable, so yeah.
Yeah, used armor is not something that's often available in our sport. Typically, people fight with it until it's used up, or they just stay in the sport. Or they'll keep it as a spare. I know most of my spare armor I keep as either a backup or a loaner kit. But that Palmetto Knights does currently have a stash of used gear that we're selling. Try to get people into gear.
We don't really have anybody else in the league. They get down from 30 to 25. So I think he might be in the victory lap.
And Chad, I'd like to remind you that every time I had an opportunity coming into the arena this morning, yesterday, Friday as well, if I saw you shouting out your teams, I tried to tell them if I saw them. Passing along to the people you support that you're here for them. Your support gets through to them, and we're glad to have you. Hey, Austin, we'll try to get you. There should be a link for the results in the description or pinned at the top. There is one in the description, I'm being told by production. The only list that I have right now for the men's is for the men's 5 versus 5 tier 1. Gold went to Kenyaz USA, silver to the Dragoons, and bronze to the Executioners. Let's see, tier 2, that was going to be on our other stream on the yellow and purple list when it was up. I believe Kenyaz Fire was bronze. The Tulsa team, Tulsa Free Company, was gold, and I'm not sure who got silver.
Substitutions have been made. Weapons have been mostly retrieved. We're ready for another round.
And like I said, we're going to be here until the fighters give up and give out, or the event starts to kick us out the door. We had some great competition here this weekend. Oh, there on the right, on the red gate, I see some of our spy competitors. Joel, did you see all the spies on the field? It was Bond, Vagabond.
I get it.
Steph, gold for Tier 1 was Kenya's USA. And here we go for another round.
Ready, fight!
No hard initial push. Going back to the earlier style of two lines facing off. And while we've got this for just a second, I want you to imagine not only that you're one of the fighters on the field here, but maybe the Battle of Cressy, something in the 14th century, standing across, receiving these shots, lance charges on the field. Brutal, but it has a certain chaotic romanticism to it. Oh, we have a blue fighter down in the corner. It looks like one more. It's still fairly even. Oh, the Mystic, you know I'm going to be bringing dad jokes. Oh, a pushback in red. Red has turned and started attacking the blue line from behind. Those hard shoves behind, hard to defend from. Oh, a big shot on the back of the head. Kind of low down on the neck. Good gorget there to protect that fighter. More blue fighters down. Looks like red still has the advantage. Oh, and a crashing shot from DeAndre Cyrus there in the middle. You do not want to be on the receiving end of his axe. A little bit of a knock on the door there. A hold called. With these numbers, I'm assuming it's an armor situation or a rule situation, one or the other. Because they're nowhere near the ratio yet. Well, Helena, we are certainly glad to be here and glad you're enjoying it. And here we go. Red trying to work their way to the backfield, but that one taken down. A hard push from the near side. Hard axe shots coming in on blue on the far side. He's down. Red now pushing back to the blue side list. Palmetto Knights fighter working deep. I believe that's Alex. That's a hold call. I believe we're going to have a ratio here. We may be at the 3-to-1 ratio.
Do not move. Freeze. Red lights.
Well, Helena, I tell you, one of the best things about this sport is to have families involved. I have never had the fortune of having my family witness me compete in this sport. One of the other sword sports, yes, but only barely. Having the live stream for folks to watch, keeping families involved, this is a big thing because all of our fighters are supporting themselves in this sport. And have the support of the family is undoubtedly important. We're about to have a flood through here. So, for those of you that are enjoying the dad jokes, honestly, I shouldn't tell dad jokes. See, I don't have any kids myself. I'm not a father. And it's kind of like, I guess you'd say, like a cultural appropriation for dads. Since I'm not a real dad, it's kind of a faux pas, if you get me. I think there's going to be a shepherd's crook coming from the side from Joel to drag me off any moment now. Regardless, we're glad to have you with us this weekend. We'll give you a rundown of the duels winners for the Friday competition. For the men's shield, gold went to Dakota Walker. silver to Sam Turgeon, bronze to Christopher Sanner. Men's buckler gold was Darian Dukes, silver to Stephen Galligan, and bronze to Dakota Walker. Men's longsword gold was Sam McQueen, a great competitor, silver to Mason McNay, and bronze to Colton White. Men's polearm, first place was Johnny Porter, who also was awarded MVP for the tournament this weekend. Second went to Micah Nelson, and third to Zale Hall. On the women's side of the list, women's buckler, first place was Elise Ellington, second Heather Sanner, and third Christine Napolitano. The women's open buckler division, gold was Carissa Walraith, silver Sandy Offerman, bronze Luciana Stroll. Women's shield, first place Miriam Safadi, second place Katie Bowman, and third Heather Sanner. Women's open buckler, gold went to Luciana Stroll. Chelsea O'Donnell took silver, and Sandy Offerman bronze. Women's longsword, gold was Beth Hammer, a perennial winner here. Silver to Katie Bowman, also a returning champion, and bronze to Eliza Barton. Women's polearm, first place was Kat McQueen, second Rachel Shea, and third Spencer Sybeck. Men's 5 versus 5 Tier 1, the top tier teams, gold was Kenya's USA, silver was the Dragoons, and bronze the Executioners. The rest of the results so far for men's 5 versus 5 Tier 2, Tier 3, women's 5s, women's opens 5s, and the women's 12s are at the linked schedule and results at the top in the description. We're glad to have you here. We've got some great action still to go. Let's see, taking a look at the chat. I did not hear that they outlawed round bales of hay in Texas. I guess they wanted square meals. I like it. Absolutely, brothers fighting, cheering each other on, absolutely counts. Sleepy Alley, I wish you were here, along with Joe, but we're glad that you're cheering on from the live stream. Well, Georgia, we're glad to have you. We're glad to have you in this chat. It makes it so much more fun to have this presentation here.
All right, we're coming up to the technical scenario game.
I have no idea what they just said.
All fighters are still fighting. I'd like to come on over to see what the technical scenario is.
If you take a look at the list field, when we get a camera shot back over there, you're going to see the international president of the sport, Larry, standing with a cone and a flag in the middle of the field. This is one of the special scenarios we were referring to. He's calling back any fighter still willing to fight. It looks like we're going to have either a capture the flag or a region of control for garnering some points here, but a little bit of creativity to the mass battles that we'll see what we get. Ryan, unfortunately, no, I have not heard any updates yet about that Tier 1 fighter that was injured.
You need to get the flag. If you start on the blue side, you have to pull the flag.
Well, Joe, Allie, we're glad to have you both.
Get it off to the gate. Now, all you have to do is get to the gate. As soon as it hits the gate with the grabber, you win. So you can totally sacrifice to make a charge and win. As soon as this gets here, the fight ends. If you are on the red team, you will have to pull the flag out of the cone and run over and get into the blue gate. And you must slap the fabric onto the gate with the pole. That's the part that must happen. If the flagpole breaks, pick up the flag and run with the flag inside the flag off the gate. The fabric, you pick it up off the ground. The fighter picks the flag off the ground, they are not dead. Only the flag. Weapons you still got. Like to come up 5 more minutes? 5 more minutes.
All right, so Ryan, I've put out a request in the Carnage Discord general chat to see if we can get any update on the injured individuals from yesterday's competition and maybe from today. We haven't had anybody transported today, so hopefully somebody will be able to get back in the general chat. A lot of our folks are fighting, of course, so we may not get an update for a while, but I'll give you anything I have. To give you an update on what Larry mentioned about this battle, there's an objective for this. That purple flag in the middle of the field is the objective. If the red team, for the red team to score, they have to get that pink or that purple flag to the blue gate. They will not return it back to their own gate for a point. They will pick that purple flag up and carry it to the opposing team's side. And once it touches, the fight stops and that team scores a point. Once that occurs, fighters will rise and begin again as long as they've got stamina. This is going to be a grinder, especially because at the moment, red has 20, 25 fighters, and I see 6 blue collar fighters right now, so we might have to mix the sides up a bit. And taking a look at the chat, Zachary, I'm not sure if Alex Duke is in the lineup today. If you know which team Alex is fighting with, I'll see if I can identify a tabard. And Benjamin, yeah, my personal choice for pro fights is a clap visor. I do have a secondary helmet I'm working on to try out. It's it was a nasal, but I'm converting it over to a St. George's Cross style helmet with the drape across. One of the issues I had was that the nasal was blocking my vision a bit too much. And that's saying something coming from a clap visor. So I'm converting it over to a St. George's Cross, and I'm going to try that and see if I can get a little bit more breathability. The downside to that helmet with the bars and the chain drape over it is that it will catch more things that hit that face and it will stick. I've been fighting in a clap visor in this sport for over 10 years and in other sword sports for almost 20 now. I made that clap visor in a shed in Georgia 21 years ago. There's another old man story there for you, Joel. My helmet is older than some of the competitors out here today. And that clap visor has always served me well. I like that it doesn't stick out too far. It can slip shots that come in linear, make them not stick very well, especially shield punches. And so I really like that. It's obviously custom made to my head so that it's very low profile, fits me like a custom helmet.
No reserves. Everybody in the list with get numbers. Everybody in the list with get numbers, no reserves.
Joel, I don't know if I told you about my friend who has 5 penises. Did I tell you about him? He went to the doctor a few weeks ago and told his doctor what was going on, that he had 5 penises, and the doc said, "Oh my goodness, how do your pants fit?" And my friend said, "Doc, like a glove."
Oh my God.
Hey guys.
So my helmet is made out of stainless steel. I took the 2 top halves and dished them out in a metal dishing form, and the seams were welded, and then welded we refer to it as a skirt, but it's the bottom edge of the bassinet. We welded on and then ground down the external welds, and then made the clap visor and attached it with a hinge.
All reserves, go to blue. Everybody's in.
Amy, thanks for cheering on from Olympia.
We're not kicking you off the list, we won't be in the list. You just need to make it even teams.
Dex, I'm glad you're paying attention to the stream. If you don't love the joke, that's okay, as long as you're here as a viewer. So one of the other things for the Benjamin asking about the helmet, even though it's a clap visor, I do not have a strap to hold it down, so I can't lift it to get extra water or breath between rounds. I hard riveted the clap visor in place so that the visor is attached with heavy duty rivets to the base so that the visor doesn't move around. You can still have a strap attached to it to pass the authenticity side of things, but having it hard mounted in that fashion prevents the visor from wiggling around. It prevents the visor from opening up when you don't want it to, but the downside is that you can't lift it between bouts. Hey, Sarah and Chris, glad you're here. Stumbling across it on YouTube, that's wonderful. To let you know what you're viewing today, this is day 3 of Carolina Carnage 2026. This event happens once a year. However, our teams fight around the world constantly. There's a World Championships every 2 years. This is a United States Conference qualifier this year, but we have tournaments across the United States and across the UK. One of your home town teams in the UK is the White Company, often the top team in the UK. You can check out Bohurt International, that's spelled B-U-H-U-R-T, international.com, and see where the local teams are to you. PalmettoKnights.com, that's the team that I fight with on the duels. And there's a fighter finder there. Find local teams in your area that have events, and you can see them in person, not just on the stream, but of course subscribe to the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel. Chris, thanks for watching from Florida. All right, here we go. The marshals have called all remaining fighters. No reserves. There are no reserves for this. It is going to be a meat grinder until we're done. If you're just now tuning in, this is a special fun battle. This is not part of the traditional tournament.
As soon as that happens, a victor shall be declared.
So each team is working to pick up that purple flag and carry it to their opponent's gate, not their own, their opponent's gate, and touch it to that gate. As long as there are fighters available, I think they'll continue the fight. So red may score a point, and then blue another, then red, and keep going till there are not enough fighters left to staff the field. Make sure they get all the fighting they want this time. So this is a non-standard bout for fun that we get to do on occasion after the weekend of the tournament is over. And Sarah and Chris as well, on the Palmetto Knights YouTube page, we have Friday's competition for the duels and the outrance, the one-on-one and the one-on-one MMA in armor with ground fighting. Those are on the Palmetto Knights YouTube page. Yesterday's tournament, lots of fighting, 11 hours of fighting on 2 different lists.
Ready,
So not only is it capture the flag, it is deliver the flag. The flag is on the far side in the middle. They are fighting over physical possession, but it's broken away in the middle. Red has the flag in the middle, surrounded by blue, but pushing. Blue has the bottom half of the staff of the flag.
The flag is the flag.
And that's the first point.
Victory, red team! Reset, please.
And that's 1 point red. They're going to reset and keep fighting. They're going again. As much as they can stand. An all-you-can-beat buffet.
Even that line.
Cubby, so glad to see you in the chat. I was wondering where you were this weekend. I hope you heal up soon. We miss you too.
Four flag.
A big shout out to the Company of the Bear winning Tier 3 men's 5 versus 5 today. Winning gold. For those of you that are familiar with the sport, this should be even a treat for you since this is something a little bit different. Let us know what you think about this. I like it so far.
Oh, they want it. They want that flag so bad.
The marshals making sure they're no farther forward than they're supposed to be. And the head marshal getting, a new tactic trying to kick the cone, but a fighter down with the flag. There's a fighter laying on the flag. It's free now. Red has the flag. Hold is called. Hold is called. A hold is called, most likely to a armor failure. Looks like a gauntlet came off. Yes, there's another gauntlet. Oh, that flag is not getting a new shaft. It's just gonna survive as it can.
Ready. Fight!
That red flag, it's inches away from scoring. It's scored. Red has won again. Red scores another point. Married to the melee. We're sorry you couldn't be here with us in person, but we're glad you're here on the stream. Although I will say, these fighters are ready to go. The flag is mostly ready to go.
This poor flag is trying its best.
Still no update on those injured fighters. We'll get to you what we can. All the marshals are worried about where the flag is. No one's asking how's the flag. Looks like we're making sure that assignment strap, a retention helmet strap, is in place. There we go. What is the flag? The flag is a symbol of the drive and determination that these fighters still have after a weekend of competition and months of training. It's a symbol, not given up easily.
Capture flag, last round. Next round for all fighters who want to do it, or only who want to do it, in the last round of the day, it's fists only. If you want to do it, no one has to.
So,
All right, so
that announcement is that this is the last flag round, standard flag round. Knocked to the ground. Fighter's going to have to bend to pick it up. Looks like they're doing a rugby scrum, pushing it back with their feet. No one grabbing it yet. Recovered by Red. Half recovered by Red. A hard push.
With a record of 3-0 victory.
It looks like the main body of the flag attached to the staff was not retrieved from the ground. The flag was torn asunder. Cleaved in twain.
I even hypothetically asked about this.
So after this round, there is an optional round for any fighters that still want to do it. That is going to be fisticuffs only. No weapons, just punching. Oh, that flag half still on the ground. Still working to pick it up. There's Red's with it. Red's with it. The flag was stolen by Red. And there it is.
Now, I'm pretty sure. Marshall, what say you? Goal question mark. No, 3-0 victory, Red Team! Go. So put your weapons away. This only fight if you want it.
We've got several blue fighters stepping out. That may be just to drop their weapon and return. Some of those blue fighters just dropping weapons and holding the field. We may have to share the mantles around a bit. I imagine this is likely to be our last bout of the day, although there could be another fisticuff round. The crowd here is chanting for a free-for-all. Last man standing. Jane, the best recommendation I have about marshaling is still to get with your local team, but also go to Bowherd International and print off the rules and regulations and start working your way through them. Another will be to watch the videos. I believe that Bowherd International should have some training videos for the marshals. In addition to that, watching previous tournaments and trying to identify where rules apply and maybe have been broken would be good for you. Spending more time with eyes on the sport.
No change other than you are no longer carrying weapons or large shields. And there's no flag involved.
I still see one fighter out there with a buckler over his hand.
And this is the last fight of the day. No more.
Okay, we've got the announcement. This is our last fight. This is our last round. Chad, it's been great to have you here with us all weekend. I hope you're celebrating a great outcome to Carnage.
No hindrance, no head control, this is not changed.
Still no head rips. Still no foot control. No weapons.
Let's get the count even.
Amy, I know that a lot of our competitors are still going to be traveling home tomorrow. I believe the Executioners drove down in an RV. They're going to have a long drive back. I'll be working tomorrow, though, bright and early. Well, early. I don't know about bright. But around 8 a.m., I'll be back at it. But I certainly haven't taken the punishment that these competitors have this weekend.
Once again, for the umpteenth time, fighters, no head control. No head rips. Just keep your fists closed. Just swing. It's better that way. But everyone, all you men from a good organization, all you grow.
And much like a study done in 1974 by the epic Carl Douglas, I believe here today you're going to see that everyone was indeed kung fu fighting. Offsides.
Ready, fight! Let's get it!
It is a ballroom blitz. A ballroom blitz. Hard strikes. A chance to land a flying knee. This sounds like two hardware stores crashing into one another. Teammates watching one another's backs still. A big overhand right in the middle of the field. Some body shots, a combo, and going down. A big hit from the side. Oh, a looping right on the near the red list. That smaller fighter just trying to climb the big red fighter like a tree. Oh, a flying knee almost went out of the list. A big sucker, the sucker punch from behind. And a hammer fist. At this point, I say they pull off the mantles and go last man standing. What a round, folks. What a round. We'd like to thank you for joining us here for Carolina Carnage 2026, the 9th year for Carolina Carnage, and every year here at the beautiful T. Ed Garrison Livestock Arena at Clemson University in Pendleton, South Carolina. Another big thanks to all of our sponsors from Age of Craft, Go Hurt Medieval, American Bow Hurt, and Sparta Training Equipment. A big thanks to the County of Anderson and the City of Pendleton for having us here. To Clemson University, to all of our staff, from the folks outside at the blacksmith booth, the hospitality, the medics, the scorekeepers, the timekeepers, the Listfield wranglers, the Ritzfield repairmen, as well as the attendees on the edge, the marshals, the ticket folks, the people that have been staffing and working this, the people that have put in all the hours to make sure our merchants, vendors, and the festival side of Carolina Carnage Fest is enacted at the highest level possible. To our live stream staff, Joel and Greg, a big shout out to my partner yesterday and today, the fabulous Evan Ringo, to Larry, to Trey for making this happen, for putting in all the work ahead of time, to our registration staff and anybody that I'm forgetting, but most importantly to you, our viewers, for being here, for cheering on your team, for having the aspirations within yourself to come out here and join us as a fan or as a combatant, to getting your voice heard on the best sport on the planet, in my opinion, and hopefully yours too. But we can't do it alone. We rely on you to share these links out. Get them out to folks. I make nothing from this. I just want to make this sport better and better, and you can be part of that team. Make sure to share the links out for Carnage this year and prepare for the upcoming events presented to you by Bowhurt International, Medieval Combat USA, and Palmetto Knights. We'll be coming back to you again next year from T. Ed Garrison Arena for the next Carolina Carnage. Thank you and good night.